light that surrounds me. If we hold ourselves together, we'll go far. Created a space. In my head it was empty, but I know that I want to be where you are. I was denied. I had spent those years, did not recognize the person that's inside. Believe me, I swear, the story's not over. As I fall, I will continue to get up. I cannot stop because it is over. Live in the moment, living in a quiet place. To be everywhere, to be without a care. I was denied. I had spent those years, did not recognize the person that's inside. We have a purpose, but to take that leap, you must recognize the person that's inside.
The music's playing. Where's Sig? Holy shit, where the is Sig?
He's coming. He's coming, right? Just give him a second. He's like doing all kinds of shit right now. Just give him a goddamn second.
But like, the show's about to get to the point where I say, on with the show, and then what are we gonna do?
Go on with the show?
Debbie, you stole my line!
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the show. Hopefully, my f***ing dick, you f***ing bitches. That's for Optum, not you guys. Hi, everyone. We're live. Holy shit. I have never thought I would be on a customer service phone call for, at the end, 9 hours. 9 hours. Like, holy shit. It literally was 9 hours. But it's over. Thankfully, it's over. Like, quite literally, it's over, finally. I did it. I don't know what I did, but I did it, and it's over. So if you have no clue what's going on, long story short, my ISP is a piece of fucking shit, and we almost didn't have a stream tonight. Because at one point we had no internet for about 4 of those 9 hours. And they finally were able to get the internet back up, but we were still having the connection issues. Which, may I say, was glorious. I enjoyed every minute of the connection issues. It was awesome. And so, lo and behold, it popped in my head. What if these son of a f***ing bitches are throttling me? What if they're purposely throttling my connection between me and Twitch? That was the theory that popped in my head. So I decided I would spend $20. $20. $20 to then basically get a VPN involved. Thankfully, their Black Friday, Cyber Monday sales are still going on. Almost like software giants like want to sell their damn product or something like that. I'm sure their Black Friday, Cyber Monday sales will be going on for ever. And so I was like, you know what? Screw it. It's $20. $20. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, then guess what? I lost nothing. Well, I guess I could say I gained the ability to say, hey, look, I can look at Optimum, or not Optimum, but I can look at Netflix anywhere in the world now. I could literally just connect and be like, all right, I want to be in like Bangladesh. what Netflix movies are available for me in Bangladesh? And so we connected all of it, and this has become the most stable connection I have ever had with Optimum. I wish I could show you guys the flow chart of all the previous days I've ever worked with them, even on our good days. Like, the needle's like this. It looks like an EKG rhythm, you know, because it's like spiking up, spiking down, spiking up, spiking down. It's not asystole. It's not a flat line. And so, for the first time ever, which is kind of funny, for the first time ever, it is literally a flat line. Like, it's basically near a flat line. It's not perfect. It's definitely not the best. It's not the best VPN because it was only $20. I'm sure there are much better VPNs. But if this solves the problem, then I might actually invest in a like a high quality VPN and just be like, all right, take it, bitches. But that's where things are sitting right now. So, all right. So tonight, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start Endwalker. The first two things we're gonna do is just so I can watch the data stream at first, is we're going to unlock the 2 classes. So there's 2 new classes that come out with Endwalker. One is Reaper, the other one is Sage. So we're going to do those story elements first. So we'll get those first. So that way, if the internet blows up, or if there's a configuration issue with the VPN or something like that, it's not the beginning of the main story. Assuming all that goes well, when we unlock the 2 classes, then assuming everything goes great and the connection is still solid, we're going to go right into the main story arc at that point. So there we go. Okay. Let's get into this. So I don't know how long it's going to take us to get into this server. I have not logged in at all. All I did was make sure everything was patched. Ooh. That's pretty. All right, let's go. Let's go look at this movie. Endwalker demo and title. Okay, so that would be this. So this is if you just let it go. Wait, we are really going on the moon? Oh shit.
The final days were upon us. The fabric of the star had begun to fray, its land rent by tooth and claw.
Oh, Alicel. Ah, yes, healer with guns.
Alizé! Are you alright?
I can look after myself, you know. And I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
As the chaos spread, the star seemed doomed to unravel. And yet, there were those who stood in defiance of that fate.
Estinian. God, he's such a badass.
Creature, it's all or nothing.
Is this a chapter in his voice, then? Oh, God.
Stage is set, but will our hero deign to play their part?
Hey, Thancred.
You took your time. 'Tis as we feared. The respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The end draweth nigh.
Oh, alright, so yeah, this is the new land. Oh god.
I knew it. This star still has secrets to tell. Take care, my friend.
Wait, take care, my friend? Is he about to bounce?
So, Charlian would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must then, but we scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
There he is with his Reaper blade. Oh, my body is so ready. Body is so ready. Holy shit. Alright, let's see how bad this hold is. Oh no, this is never a good sign. I remember this. This is not good. This is not good. I'm gonna say it's gonna be about like 2,000. It's gonna be about 2,000. Oh! Oh! Whoo! 3,000. Alright, boys and girls, buckle in. It's like New World. Oh, man. Big difference is I am not expecting to be sitting in queue for 6 hours like we did for New World to get in. For what said was just a couple hundred. Oh. I am super excited for this. Like, I really am. Because you gotta remember, this whole saga we're about to do, this whole story arc that we're about to, like, be part of, all of it, the whole 9 yards, is literally 11 years of storytelling about to finally come to an end. Or at least for this arc. So it's 11 years of this story arc, and they're finally wrapping it up. So it's like, there is a lot on the table here, you know? Oh. Do. Jeez, I'm still like in amazement right now. What I can say right now is it literally is just it's a straight line. It's had 3 hiccups so far, but I can tell you right now, according to the VPN program, it was the VPN that had the hiccups and not anything else. So take that, Optimum. You know what's really funny is a YouTuber I watch. He's also a Twitch streamer called Frost Prime. I watch him he does a lot of Slay the Spire, and so like I've been watching a lot of Slay the Spire, and he just recently moved, and in the opening of his YouTube video from the other day, it literally was like, I just came back to the house because I had to collect my my Comcast router so I could return it to them and tell them to go f themselves. I went, woo, woo. I look forward to that day. I look forward to walking in there and literally just throwing the shit at them and being like, so, how you doing? I'm now gonna tell you to go f yourself. Oh my god. You already made it through 300 people so far. That's not bad. 300 people in a minute and a half. It's a hell of a lot faster than New World was. The other thing you have to remember is the reason why this server is probably like being beaten more than anyone else's is Belmung, or however you want to say it, is one of the original servers. There's not many original servers left, but it's basically one of the originals that, like, if your character was from the 1.0 days, unless you migrated, you are on one of, I think it's like 4 servers that are left. Let me see if I can find the list. They had a term for him. Character creation is shut down across the entire world. Wow. So basically you get whatever world that they want to send you to right now. Which is not bad, because if you wind up legacy servers, there it is. So it's Belmung, Excalibur, Hyperion, and Sagittarius are the 4 from North America. From Europe, it is Ragnarok, and for the Japanese, it's Aegis, Dundal, Gunnar, Mazmune, and Radil. So those are the legacy servers. So like, if you have a 1.0 character and you never moved them, you're on one of those servers. Belmung, out of the 4 of them, was the full pop from previously. And so like, there is a lot of people that are on this server. So it's okay. We'll get through it. I said, in the greater scheme of things, like, greater scheme of things, in the greater, like, honestly, in the greater scheme of things, it's not bad. I stay on Belmung because I do have some old friends that still, they resurface every once in a while, and they reappear, and I'm like, alright, cool. And so, like, I stay on here, you know? Because, like, when they pop back up, you know, it's nice to see, like, faces you haven't seen in a couple years, you know? And I'm sure I'm gonna see a bunch of them for no other reason other than Endwalker just came out. Dun, dun, dun. Hey Toby, what's Doc Ock's first name? Oh, I think it's Mike. Mike Ox? Oh God. The jokes are real with this one. Do. Now the real question is, with the information I now have, where it's funny because like before the stream was live for the last like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, I've been like connecting and deconnecting with the VPN. And it's funny, when I'm connected to the VPN, data's sent fine, no issue. The second I shut the VPN off and it's sending it directly to Twitch instead of like taking that pass through, it's like all of a sudden the maximum you can send is 3,000. You can't get 6,000. And it's just like, really? 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 And then you turn the VPN back on, it's like, oh, life is great. Here you go. Here's all the data you could want. I'm just like, wow. Funny how that system works. Oh, I'm excited. So I really am. So yeah, we're gonna unlock. So I have Reaper up. Let me look up Sage, not Sage Pathfinder. Sage Pathfinder. Yep. Okay, there we go. So in order to unlock Sage, you need to own Endwalker and have at least one combat job at 70 or higher. All right, I got that. And takes place in Linsalamsa. Not that I ever planned to play a healer, but you know what? I like unlocking all the classes. Plus, it's going to give me a free level 70 healer. Isn't that awesome? I like having free level 70s. I mean, who wouldn't like a free level 70? I guess it's not really free because I did have to at least level one character to level 70 first. You know. We are now at... Alright, so it was... 6 minutes, and we've gone through 600 people. So we're going through about 100 people a minute, so it looks like it's going to be about 27 minutes or so. That's not bad. 27 minutes? If it goes through 100 people per minute, give or take. 27 minutes, still a lot better than 6 hours. That first day of freaking New World. What's really funny is just like, now come tomorrow, or not tomorrow. Tomorrow we're doing dragons. On Sunday, come Sunday, I'm gonna be already like preloaded into the game. Like I'm not even gonna screw around. It's gonna be like set, going, and then so that by the time the stream starts, we'll be able to jump right into it and just go. Oh. Now what's really funny is these other characters I created as temporary stopgaps, so that way, like, if someone decides to start playing the game, I have these brand new characters that I could literally just jump on and level until they can get to a certain point where I can then switch to Siegfried with a job that's low enough to play with them. That's their whole purpose. Their purpose is literally like, what character are you playing? Oh, I plan to play a Lancer. Okay, Lancer starts in Wooded Land. Okay, let me go grab my Wooded Land thing. You know, like, that'll be Archer. Yeah, we're not playing anything else other than that. Archer. Everything else is a healer or a tank over there. Archer. Or I guess I could play a Lancer also. You know. But that's their whole purpose. Their whole purpose. Because, like, I've never seen a purpose in Final Fantasy 14, even Final Fantasy 11. I've never seen a purpose to have more than one character, especially because, like, unlike World of Warcraft, right? World of Warcraft, you play your paladin, right? Or you play your druid, right? You're allowed to have 2 professions, and that's it. You're done. So it's like, okay, if I want to have the rest of the professions, I have to play another character. If I want this, I need another character. If I want that, I need another character. You know, it's always just it's another character, another character, another character, right? With Final Fantasy 11 and then now 14. The big thing that a lot of people do not realize is you can literally do everything with one character, right? So if I want to level every single crafting class, I could do it with one character. If I want to take and I want to if I want to like level every single class, I could do it with one character. And the best part about it is if for instance me, I like only DPSing. So I can have all these armor sets that I have from leveling up the first time. So we'll use my Red Mage as an example. My Red Mage is level 80 right now. I went through all this gear leveling from level 1 to 80, right? So I have all this gear. If I then level a Black Mage, guess what I already have? All of the gear. Because they wear the same gear. So literally I could just level up through the gear, you know? And switch into the gear and as I go. The only thing I would have to keep getting is the new weapons. Because the new weapon is, each class has their own specific weapon. And so, like, I would have to, like, slowly go through the weapons at that point, which is fine. I don't care. You know? And so at the end of the day, it's a really nice system that allows you as a player to be able to just be like, you know what? I feel like tanking today. Let me go put on my paladin. You know, I feel like healing today. Let me go get my sage. I feel like being a ranged DPS today. You know, like, so if you know a certain fight is really, really, really bad and, like, you're like, oh, man, this boss is awful towards melees. I, as a rep paladin on World of Warcraft, would go, oh, this is going to be a slog fest. I could just sit there and go, you know what, I'm just going to change my class to this. And so now I switch from, let's say, like, monk to mechanist. And now I'm a ranged class with a gun. You know, and then vice versa. It's like, oh man, this is gonna suck as a ranged character. Let me switch to monk, or let me switch to ninja, or let me switch to samurai. So that way I can be melee and not have to worry about any of that ranged bullshit that happens out there. Or it's like, my guild, you know, like what used to happen to me in World of Warcraft when I was guilding a lot and I was playing, like, we'll do Burning Crusade. Burning Crusade, we had a problem clearing Gruul's Lair. And when we had a problem clearing Gruul's Lair, if you don't know what it is, basically on the first boss, you have to do this. The mage has to do what's called mage tanking, where they spell steal a shield off of this one boss, and you basically have to, like, beat the shit out of this one enemy and keep spell stealing his shield, so that way you can tank it while everyone else takes care of everything else, because this guy shoots this fireball that basically blows up and, like, hurts everyone around you. So you, as the mage, pulls him off to the side away from everyone, and you're just taking the blast and taking no damage, right? Well, our lead wizard could not for the life of him, beat or do this. And so we just kept failing and failing and failing. I took a wizard, I created a new character and leveled it straight up. And so like what would happen is we would do the first boss in the dungeon, and I'd be on my mage, and I would go in and we beat the boss as my mage, and then I would leave and then come in as my paladin so I could fight Gruul, because I wanted the trinket off of Gruul, right? And so like the beauty of 14 is if my guild needs me, and I have it, to be a tank, I'm a tank. I don't have to change characters, I don't have to do anything. I literally click a button on my bar and poof, I am a tank. Assuming I have the class leveled. If I need to, if my team needs a healer and I have a healer leveled up, done. I'm a healer. Problem solved, you know? And it's such an elegant system because it gives the freedom to the player. And the other thing that's really good about it is they have like 2 subscription plans. So they have the one subscription plan that basically says you can have one character on, you know, one character per server across 8 servers, right? Or you can have 8 characters up to 64. If I remember, yeah, it's 8 times 8. Up to 64 total characters, so 8 on each server, 8 total servers. So 64 characters, if you so you want. And so, like, I'm on that plan because it's like, it's the same price. That is the same price as World of Warcraft's, right? But if I wanted to save, like, $4, I think it's like $4 a month is the difference. $4 or $5 a month. I could just do the one character because, again, one character, I could do everything with my one character. There's nothing holding me back. If I want to do like carpentry one day, boop, I just put on my carpentry weapon and now I'm a carpenter. If I want to do like mining one day, boop, I'm now a miner. It used to be harder in the 1.0 day because they had what was called crafting points, and you only had a pool of crafting points that, like, once your crafting point pool was empty, you could not do any crafting or anything anymore. And so, like, that limited how quick you can level all the crafting abilities. Thankfully, they've gotten rid of that. Whew. But that was the 1.0 days. The 1.0 days was a very dark time in Final Fantasy 14. Very dark time. We don't like to talk about the dark times of Final Fantasy 14. We all like to remember the good and the happy times. You know, when there was like multiple things going on and we didn't have a project manager tell us, hell no, you're never getting an auction house because we've decided you're not getting an auction house. You know, that was my favorite. Your entire community screaming, give us an auction house! Alright, well, hold on. I can't say the entire community. I knew one person who was like, I don't need an auction house. I actually prefer the system this way. Love you, Kern. We had debates for hours over that damn auction house and the system that they had in place. Debates for hours. I think we at the end we did the agree to disagree. We never ever agreed whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. We just always just disagreed. It was just like, yeah, disagree to disagree. we have agreed to disagree on the disagreement. But that was the whole thing, is both of us had 2 completely valid arguments. It's just what we were prioritizing for the game was completely different. Where me at the time, when 14 first came out, I was my first year back in college, right? First year back in college. I didn't have a lot of free time, you know. My time was limited. Meanwhile, if I wasn't in school, I would have had a lot more free time. And that's where, like, it worked great for people with a lot of free time, because what would happen is with your free time, you're able to do the scanning and finding and the system they had in place for the auction house. And so for someone who wanted to like have a realistic experience, you know, with role playing and the whole 9 yards, because Balmog was a role play server. It was a role play server where people were expected to actually role play your character. So for him, he thought it was great because he gets to like go into what looked like a market amongst a bunch of shops, and he could peruse through the market looking for what he's looking for. It was a role playing experience for him, and I thought that was cool. But for me, on my end, I had limited time. I don't have time. I did not have time to peruse through a market. So like when I was leveling my black mage and I needed a new weapon, because weapons could only be crafted back then by a crafter. So if I wanted the next best weapon for my class, I'd have to go into this market and hunt through all these shops that were player run shops to hopefully find it. And I wouldn't even know if that was the cheapest one or not. And so many times I would just buy it just to buy it because it was just like, oh, I found it finally. You know, I didn't have time to peruse and stuff like that. So like if I had plenty of time and my goal was to have a true role-playing experience, the first way was great. It was a true role-playing experience of going through a bazaar and a market and, you know, trying to talk to all these shopkeepers to find the item you're looking for. But me, I only had like an hour or 2 hours a day. You know, I was working 2 full-time jobs and going to school full-time. I had an hour or 2 hours tops. That was it. There was no extended time. It was an hour, 2 hours. That's it. That's all I got. Done. Once the time is up, I leave, you know? And so for me, I wanted an auction house because auction house, quick and dirty. Go in, click your thing. This is what I'm looking for. These are the prices. This is the lowest one. Bam. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. On my way. Back to the game. You know, but like for Kern, he was into the role-playing aspect of it. And I respect him for that. As someone who enjoys and loves and does a lot of role-playing and enjoys playing a lot of role-playing, I respected his opinion on it. You know, I really did. Because I thought it was such a cool opinion to have, like that they wanted to have this like true role-playing experience. But for me, with only an hour here or an hour there, I don't have time for this role-playing shit. I'm not leveling. I'm not doing quests. I'm sitting here inside of a bazaar, walking around aimlessly, hoping beyond hope to find the item I need for my character. And that was my whole thing, as I said to him. I was like, that was our juxtaposition. Was like, at the time, I didn't understand what he was going for. As time went on, I thought about it and was able to figure it out more prevalently. But like at the time, I was just like, I got no time, man. I don't want to spend my 2 hours free walking through a market trying to hunt down the next staff I need for my black mage. I just want to play the game. So like it was one of those things that we never came to that understanding together, because it was one of those things that we were both looking for something completely different from the gaming experience. And I think that's the beauty of Final Fantasy XIV. It's one of the beauties of it is the fact that for the most part, other than the you have to play through the main storyline at least once, unless you pay for the I skip it all. There's a whole world of like, how do you want to level? How do you want to play? And that's what Final Fantasy XIV, why I really like it, is because it really does. It's like, do you just want to craft? You want to just craft? Well, in World of Warcraft, you have to level a fighting type character, a healing type character, or a tank type character, so that way you can go into these areas without dying, so that way you can do your crafting. No. Like in this game, it's like, no, you actually become the miner, and it gives you certain skills so you can walk around the land, and you level up as a miner, not as the paladin who happens to be a miner. You can actually just be a miner. Some of the other cool things is like, if you want to just Do questing. There's questing galore. Have at thee. Quest till your heart's content. If you want to do what's called fake grinding, where it's like there's skirmishes all over a map and you want to just fly around and beat the shit out of monsters, you could do that. If you want to dungeon delve left and right, you could level through dungeon delving, you know. Especially if you're a tank or a healer. Holy shit. You get so much bonus shit if you're one of the classes that are needed. Like, it's like crazy. It's crazy. And that's what I said, is like it's the beauty of the game and why I've loved it for as long as I have. Because it really is, it's a game that gives the freedom to the player. And says, what do you want your adventure to be? Do it. Now, the only thing that they do have locked in is you do have to play through the storyline once. You know, so you have to do the main storyline once. Like, to move around between the different areas, to be able to get the airship, to be able to go to the later areas, to be able to unlock, you know, the different stuff and the flight paths and all that. You need to do the main story once. The only caveat to that is, when they were rebuilding Final Fantasy, one of the things they asked the community were like, what's one thing that you guys would want? And one of the things people came out with is, can I have a way to fast forward through the story? You know, just say, I don't want to take the story. And Square took a long, hard talk about it, and then they had a meeting with the editor or meeting with the producer, where he was taking live questions and doing like a live interview and like talking to people. And he was like, I'm hesitant to do it because I love this. Remember, this is like 2 or 3 expansions after A Realm Reborn. And he goes, Final Fantasy is truly a storyline that I want people to experience. I want people to enjoy it. I want people to see the beauty of it and how the story is progressing. But I also understand that I want the freedom of the players to be able to choose what they want to do. And so he said he was going to put out a poll and allow the player base as it is, the current players, not people who are just joining, not people with trial accounts, current players that currently exist, and just say, do you want this option? Yes or no? And if you want the option, do you want it as something for free? Do you want it tied to something? Do you want it linked to something? And so through the questionnaire, the decision was made that they would create a shortcut that you can get so you could skip the storyline up to wherever, like they decided they were going to make it like separate breaks. So you could skip the storyline. But the only caveat was to make it so it wasn't instantaneous. The agreement was that there would be a financial hook to it. So that way you can't, you know, like, you couldn't just like buy a trial account, click on it, be done with the story, because it was meant to try and protect the majority of the game, because the concern was late game gold sellers. That was the main concern, was late game gold sellers. And so, like, by being able to like subvert the storyline, you're now inviting the gold sellers into the late game content. And so by putting the little like financial hook on it, it makes it less likely that the gold sellers are going to spend money to go to these late game areas. And so, and it's not a crazy amount. I forget how much it is. Let me see here. Mog Station. My Square Enix account. Please remember me. I'll put in my thingy. I still have my one-time password device from Final Fantasy 11, and it still works. So let's see here. Wow, they updated the store. Holy shit. I like how it's like, do you want to upgrade to the digital collector's edition? And then it's like, nope, you have the digital collector's edition. Yeah, no shit. Of course I do. I've had every digital. I have the digital and physical collector's edition of all of these damn games. Let's see here. Here we go. Here's the online store. So it's main scenario progression. So it's $25 to blow all the way up from 0 to Endwalker. Now, it doesn't level your characters. It doesn't do anything with your characters. It just literally says your storyline is done up to Endwalker. $25. Now they have lesser versions, so like if you want to just skip A Realm Reborn, which I can understand. A Realm Reborn was the storyline trying to fix 1.0. I could see that's $11. I could see maybe doing that one because the storyline is a little bit on the slow side. Heaven's Ward is where things pick up. Heaven's Ward and Stormblood is when things like ramp up. But like they have it on there. It's like so if you really like hate the storyline, it's like $25. Poof, done. Storyline's done. The only part of the story you'd have to do at that point is Endwalker. You know, and I mean, at least it's not the several hundreds of hours, hundreds, plural. Duh. So yeah, that's not bad. Oh, let's see what the new items that they have out are. Oh, let's see here. I can't believe people buy the actual dies. The play dead mode, I forgot about that. Oh man, I really am excited. Like super excited for this. What the hell is it? You can get a rideable carbuncle? What? Hold on, let me bring this on the main screen. Let me bring this shit on the main screen. Oh, I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful now. I got a VPN thing up, and I don't want to show you guys my freaking my IP address. That would go over poorly. All right, let's go. Here we go. Desktop mode. There we go. So yeah, rideable carbuncles. Oh, look, it's a love seat. So that way That way you can... Oh, it's labeled as broken heart. It should have been labeled as half a heart. So that way you could have been like, one of you has the left, one of you has the right. And then I wonder if they like, do they attach? Tell me that. Rather than settle for a simple pair of pendants representing two halves of a broken heart, lady and her corn. How's broken heart? How's came up with the diabolic plan to repurpose the cushions with the cloud breath to pedal them to unknown masses of flying mounts. Lady dreams one day of riding her heart's side of my otherwise equivalent. Was available during the past in-game event. This item is only usable by characters who have acquired the personal chocobo mount. Posture when riding the mount may vary depending on character race and gender. The attire shown in the image is not included. I just want to know if they attach. Because if you could make them attach, that'd be kind of cool. Oh, and look, it's a big bear. It's a it's a fuzzy butt bear. Oh my god. The one that's worth getting, if you're gonna buy any of the mounts, I got this one for free because of things. Can't talk about it. That one's good if you're gonna be doing like large parties and raids because you can literally like load everyone on board. This is good if you're like playing with another person. So like, if I was playing with like a friend. And I have flying in the area and we want to just go, you know, bounce around like fake grinding. Fake grinding is so much easier when like one of you have one of these mounts. But this is the one that's really worthwhile because of this. It's by definition faster than any other mount in the game. Unless you have the upgrades already. So if you already have the +1 upgrade to speed, then... Because I don't think any of the other ones come with that. Which would explain why it's $29 while everything else is $24. So yeah. Where are we at in the number time? But yeah, I have the bike. I have a bunch of mounts, but like I've gotten the mounts through like a couple of different variations, stuff like that. So like the whale I got from Collector's Edition 1.0 long-term subscriber, got that for free. The smaller whale, same thing. Because I have the 2-person whale and I've got the 8-person whale. Both whales came for the same thing, which is why I'm pretty sure we're going to the moon, and this is going to be connected to Final Fantasy IV. And if you don't know, Final Fantasy IV is my favorite Final Fantasy. Holy shit! If we run in the Cecil, I'm in. If they make me fight Cecil, I'm gonna be pissed. Because they've already showed that they're willing to resurrect dead people. So, not saying that Cecil's dead, but like, in timeline-wise, Cecil's dead. You know? And so, like... I want because they've already hinted at, and we already fought the Warrior of Light from Final Fantasy 1. And so since we're going to the moon, I don't think there was any other Final Fantasy other than Final Fantasy 4 that went to the moon. Because that was going to the moon was a huge part of, you know, like a huge part of the storyline of 4 was going to the moon. So if there's any hints of 4 on this, I am gonna be fanboying so hard. So hard. I fully admit, I am gonna fanboy so hard. If there is any Final Fantasy that I would catch wind on, like see like the little like caveats and story arcs, would be 4. Because I have played through and beaten 4 so many times. I've spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours in 4. Because of just like things like there's a bunch of like hidden summons for Rydia. Like, and to get the hidden summons, you have to fight a specific monster and wait for it to drop a specific item that has like a 0.1% drop rate. And so you're just fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting. And so sometimes you get real lucky. You'll get it in like just a handful of tries. And then sometimes you're there for hours. Hours. And then I was so obsessed with that game that like when I saw Tella use Meteor, I'm just like, Rydia, I want you to have Meteor. I don't know how we're going to get you Meteor, but we're going to get you Meteor. To get Rydia Meteor, she had to be level 99, or it was level 90. Level 90 or 99, I forget which one it was. It was something crazy. And to get Holy on Rosa, she needed to be level 88 or something like that. It was something crazy. And so I literally leveled everyone to max level. Max level. Grinded all the way to max level. Because I wanted to like complete it. That was my childhood. It was Final Fantasy IV and leveling everything and being a lunatic. Oh, so like if Endwalker brings us to the moon, and there are any inklings or stories or anything dealing with freaking dealing with it, I'm in. I'm like 100% in. I'm just be like, yep. This is it now. This is my favorite. We are now at... We started at 28 minutes. We're now at an hour and 10. So that'd be 2, would be 30, 32, 32, 42. So 42 minutes to get through 2,000 people. So it's about 100 per 20 minutes. Give or take. No, be more. We went through 2,000 people in 40 minutes. 1,000 people in 20 minutes. 500 people in 10 minutes. So it'd be 50 people a minute. Not bad. Still faster than New World. Oh, that first night. We played for like, what, maybe 2 hours after we logged in, and then I had to go to sleep. I was so tired. That load-in screen was so long. It was just never ending. I wanted to cry. I truly did. But yeah, Final Fantasy, out of all the Final Fantasies, my favorite Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy IV. It is the Final Fantasy I know the most about. It is the one that, to this day, I still think like had such, because you got to remember, it's so early in the history of like, it's still like Final Fantasy IV, aka Final Fantasy II in America, was so early in RPGs that like to have such a depth of story, having a character that had a flaw, that he was a dark knight, and that his king was ordering him to do some pretty shady dark things, and that eventually he goes through a redemption arc and becomes a paladin. Huh, you didn't hear about shit like that back then. You know, you might have read it in some books, but like for a video game, that was like when what was it? Dragon Warrior. Dragon Warrior had such a cool twist at the end. So if you played the original Dragon Warrior, you play through the whole game as the hero and the whole 9 yards, and when you get to the end game, you're about to fight the final boss. He goes, "You are very strong. I applaud you. But we can stop the fighting now if you just join me. Take my hand and embrace it. And we shall be allies as we shape the world into a better image." And it pops up a window and it says, "Yes or no. Do you take his hand? Yes or no?" And I sat on that screen for hours. Hours! Holy shit. I sat on that screen for so long. Because I was just like, I didn't know what to do. I was like, a part of me wanted so badly, right? I'm still cutting off the top of my head. You know what it is? I think my monitor's too close. There we go. Aha! Monitor too. Oh no! Now my monitor is too far. Now you can see my mic. It's a funny little thing that we have to do. And so like there was a part of me that wanted to hit yes, right? I wanted to hit yes, so that way I could see what would happen in the storyline. If I went to this big dark evil bastard, right? It was just like, yes, I agree. Let's stop fighting, and let's bring peace together to the world. And make the world a better place. Let's do it together. And lo and behold, I was really torn, right? I was just like, okay, all right, this is it. We're gonna sit there and we're gonna do it. And I hate yes. Right? Because I was like, all right, I saved outside the keep, you know? I saved outside the keep. We're good. Worst case scenario, if I don't like it, we'll reset the game. You know? And so I hit yes. And he sits there and goes, "Good. You have traveled far and long. You look tired. Why don't you sleep?" And the screen goes blank. And that's it. That's it. Done. And I was just like, wait, what? There's no more? Yeah, there's no more. That's it. Screen's blank. That's it. You did it. Congratulations. You accepted his hand, and now you're his lackey. Congratulations. So then I reset the game, reloaded my save, dragged my happy ass all the way through that goddamn keep again, all the way back up to him, and then he dropped his whole, "Do you wish to join?" I'm like, no, no, no. With a lot less because I was much younger and a lot less and that killed his ass. So like that's why like storylines like that back in like the Super Nintendo era was like so huge, you know, because like it was press, like you gotta remember, alright, so think about it, right? So Nintendo, right? Nintendo comes out, you have Final Fantasy, which is like this storyline about these 4 warriors of light who are going out to save the world because the 4 elements are eroding away and the world is dying. And then you find out there's this bad guy who's doing evil things to funnel the energies into the portal, into the past, to try and resurrect some god deity. You know, it was like there was an actual storyline. All right, let's look at other Nintendo games there were, right? There's a duck, and you have a gun, Shoot it. Oh, yes. Okay, okay. Oh, better storyline. There's a track and a field. Go run. Oh. You know, it's just like the concepts of like Nintendo game, like even things like Double Dragon, right? Double Dragon, you're going through Double Dragon. There's no storyline or anything. They're just kicking ass and taking names in Double Dragon, and then finally you get to the end, you kill the end game boss, and then finally all of a sudden the bloop bloop bloop, and this digitized, pixelated girl comes walking out, and it comes up with, "You saved me." I'm like, I didn't even know we were trying to save you. I thought we were just trying to kick this dude's ass. You know? I mean, think about it. Think about it. When you played Mario the first time you played Super Mario, right? You played Mario World or Mario Land or whatever the hell it was called. I think it was, right? The first Mario, right? That came out for the Nintendo. There was no storyline. You were some dude, running across the world, killing shit like a lunatic, jumping over some dragon turtle thing, throwing his ass into lava, and then finally your first hint of storyline is our princess is in another castle. Who's the princess? What's the princess? Do I care about this princess? Why do I care about this princess? It's some... Okay, well, I guess we're gonna go to another castle. Why? You know, like, which castle is it in so I can just go right to the correct castle? Nope. World 2, let me dig myself through, be a psychotic bastard, and murder my way across the landscape again. And now I get and kill Turtle Dragon Boy again. Jump over him, throw his ass into the lava, and guess what I get to find out? Oh, our princess is in another castle. Oh, I guess I get to kill another entire world of creatures and beings because I'm trying to find this infamous princess I know nothing about. That was the storylines back then, right? Like, it was so simple. And so, like, Final Fantasy was, like, such a deep story. So when SNES came out, and you had stories like Final Fantasy 2, you had Dragon Warrior, you had Fendandu, you had Saga of the Seven Seals, you had, like, all these are, like, Square came out with so many deep games. Not saying Square came... Oh, wait. Square was Square Dragon Age? Or not Dragon Age? Who's Dragon Warrior? Was it Square? I will die if it was. I think it was. I want to say it was. Dragon Warrior was Square. It was Enix. Published by Square. So again, another, like, that was their whole thing. But that I'm using Dragon Warrior as the example of, like, these were the games. Square and Enix, before they became Squeenix. Like, they were the big storytellers of the time. I mean, like, think about it. All right, let's click on the most popular NES games, right? Okay, 15 of the best NES games, right? Okay, number 15, Duck Hunt. We just went over that. Duck and Hunt, right? All right, number 14, Kid Icarus. All I know is the storyline was we were in a tower and you had to keep climbing for some reason, and eventually you kill some dude. And then again, half-naked, pixelated girl comes out and says, "Oh, you saved me!" That's no inkling of anything. Let's hear. Techno Ball is football. Storyline doesn't need anything. Then the next one is, let's hear, Excite Bite. Oh boy, that great story right there for Excite Bite. Then you have Dr. Mario, right? No storyline there. Adventure Island 2. God, I remember Adventure Island 2. Oh, Adventure Island 2 was so cool. But there's no storyline there. Same thing. Cross the entire world, murder everyone, save a pixelated girl. Contra at least had, like... So Contra's the next one on the list. Contra at least had somewhat of a story. There's an alien evil presence. Go kill all of them and save the world from this alien evil presence. Not deep, but at least it had something. Punch-Out, no real story. Now, Castlevania, Dracula's Curse, Simon's Quest, those were another like aspect of, like, actually where they started throwing role-playing elements into the actual games. Then Then we have Legend of Zelda. The first Legend of Zelda, like think about it. Think about the first Legend of Zelda, right? You start off, you go into a cave, and the guy's like, "It's dangerous to go alone. Take this with you," right? There's no like, there's a princess. There's no understanding of the Triforce or what you're collecting. You're handed a wooden sword and sent down to the world to figure it out. I mean, unless you're one of those lunatics like me and pulled out the actual instruction manual and read the instruction manual, because the instruction manual generally had the story in it. The game didn't, but the instruction manual did. But most kids, I'll put money on it, didn't read the instruction manual. Most kids ripped the Zelda cartridge out, shoved that bitch right into the friggin' game, and then turned it on. If you're a wimp and need to get the wooden sword. Yes, I know, there are ways to win the game without the wooden sword, and it starts with the candle. I've done it once, I will never do it again. Then you have Mega Man, the Mega Man series, right? Mega Man series, at least, alright, so that had some side story of like, Dr. Wright and Willy are fighting, and one's controlling robots, and the other one's fighting the robots to save mankind. Okay. Metroid's another one where it was just like, there was no real storyline they told you about until, like, again, you read the instruction manual. If you didn't read the instruction manual, you didn't know. You were just like, ship comes in, doo 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 doo, and then you come out of your ship, and then you just start going through and murdering the entire world for no reason. You're not told why, unless you opened up the instruction manual. Super Mario Brothers, which we already went over, you know, and then of course it says Super Mario Bros. 3, right? Super Mario Bros. 3 was when they finally started like adding some storyline. I mean, I guess you could say technically Super Mario 2, but wasn't Super Mario 2 just a reskin of a different game? I think it was a reskin of a different game. It was supposed to be a different game, and then they reskinned it. The Western release of Super Mario Bros. 2 is based on Yum Kujo Doki Doki Panic. So yeah, it's a reskin of that one. That's what it is. So yeah, that was the reskin. Which is why it doesn't play like any of the other stuff. And so that's why, like, I will forever be indebted, for me personally, to Square and Enix, because like they were the ones that gave me my love for RPGs. They really did. They were the ones that made me like start picking up fantasy and sci-fi books and go, I need more. You know, before, like, honestly, before Final Fantasy 1, I hated reading. I 100% blame the summer reading program in school for my hate of reading back then. You know, I truly hated reading because, like, my little bit of free time in the summer that I have away from school, well, here's a book that's boring as shit. That you didn't get to choose, you don't like, then you get to read it and write a report and all this all during the summer. You know, I hated it. But when I played Final Fantasy 1 and it sparked, I could tell you that's what made me like go, I need more. That's when I started reading like into fantasies, and then like that's what led me into reading Tolkien. That's what led me into leading to Lord of the Rings and The Fellowship and The Hobbit and stuff like that, because like I was just like I need this fantasy. And then I blame Star Trek and Star Trek. I love Star Trek to death. If there was no Star Trek, I would not have become addicted to sci-fi. You know, Dark Sun, Shattered Lands. There you go. Dark Sun was a good game. When did that come out? 1993. Yeah, I remember this game. Holy shit. Like, this is to give you an idea. Open image in new page. Like, this was the game back then, right? Like, this is what it looked like, and this is where, like, you actually had to have your imagination. Your imagination is what turned it from that into this. Like, this guy, even though he's a pixelated mess here, this is what you pictured here. This dude, this lunatic going across the land just murdering bitches, you know? Oh man. Whoa, what was another one? There was Ultima. Ultima was another one. Holy shit. Ultima was like another one of those Nintendo games that like drew me into like RPGs. Oh my god, I loved Ultima. I played the shit out of Ultima. Oh my god, Ultima, I would spend hours playing Ultima. And then there was... Oh, they made it into a travesty of a movie. What was the name of it? I own it too. Wing Commander. Oh my god, Wing Commander? Wing Commander, when that came out, that was on the PC, right? Wing Commander was a space flight simulator with a storyline. And I was just like, yes! Oh my god. That was right when Star Trek was starting to like pull me in. Like I was like getting sucked into sci-fi with that. And so like you give me a flight simulator in space with a storyline, I was like, I'm in. I am in. Done. Say no, say less. Say less, fam. I'm in. You know, like oh my god. There's like my childhood was simple. Give me a mech and a storyline. Give me heroes on an adventure to save the world. Give me, you know, some kind of space adventure. Now I was in. I was full in at that point. I'm like, let's do this. Say less. I'm in. Oh my god, I spent so many hours. So many freaking hours, you know, on all those games because like I loved them. And like I look back at them with like happiness that it happened, happiness that I was able to experience those games, you know. And so for me, like as I said, my big one, my big game, still to this day though, is Final Fantasy IV 2 in America, because it took what I loved about Final Fantasy 1, which was a in-depth, awesome story, and added twists to it, added things. Like, they had Cain the Dragoon became a bad guy. Like, and then it became, did he become a bad guy because he was always a bad guy? Did he become a bad guy because he was brainwashed? Did he become a bad guy because he got hit in the head with the rock trying to save you? Caravan of Friendship. What the hell is Caravan of Friendship? I don't see Caravan of Friendship. I can tell you I've never played that one. I hope you don't I hope you don't disown me for not knowing that one. Do. So yeah, it's just it's one of those things that like I'm thankful. Like, oh my god. And then Final Fantasy IV, another thing though, it's like there were shocking points. Like you had the twins that sacrificed themselves to save you and the party. There was Tella, who gave his life casting Meteor and sacrificed himself and dies. Like, that shit didn't happen in games back then. You know, like people like sacrificing themselves and dying. You kill the boss, but yet he lives on somehow. You have freaking, and like storyline lives on. And then eventually he becomes your ally at some point when you find out like it was just like he was also being controlled. And so like now he joins forces with you and he eventually dies trying to like save the world. And then you have like there's so many like cool things of just like here's the story, and there's so many like wide hits, and it was it kept my attention for so long. And so I digress. If any aspect of Final Fantasy IV is Endwalker, I'm in. You're gonna see me stand up and an Ewok adventure? No, I never played this. What was this, for the Atari? This had to be for the Atari, right? Oh my god, yeah, it's the Atari 2600. No, we never owned this. We never owned this. Sorry. Hate to break it to you. Well, I could see it was a movie, but it was also a game. Oh man, but I'll tell you right now, my love for space really didn't start until Star Trek, and it was by accident. You know what was really funny was my love for space and my love for Star Trek and all that started by accident. Like 100%, it was by accident. What wound up happening was it was during the summer. I was on summer vacation, and I got sick. I got one of those like rare summer sicknesses, where like I was really sick, like I was really, really sick. And so where everyone was going out and having a good time, I had to stay inside. And so after The Price is Right would be on TV. You know, so we'd watch The Price is Right from 12 to 1, and Buck Rogers, oh my god. We'd watch Price is Right together, me and my mom. And then my mom would get up and go make lunch and do stuff around the house. And so at 1 o'clock, I would flip to the higher channels, and it was on USA. I don't even know if USA Network exists anymore. Does USA Network still exist? Anyway, they still exist. Okay, cool. I would turn on USA, and right at 1 o'clock, because like there was nothing, like you got to remember on those channels at 1 o'clock, on channel 2 was like, As the World Turns, or whatever the hell that soap opera was called. Channel 4 had Days of Our Lives. Channel 7 had General Hospital. Like all the lower channels were still like at that point still in the land of like soap operas, because soap operas didn't like leave the air until almost like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, which was when the kids came home, and then all of a sudden the cartoons, the afternoon shows started coming on, right? And so like I would need to find something to watch, and so I switched to USA, and on USA they had this show. It was Star Trek. It was the original Star Trek. And I just remember looking at turning the show on, right? Because there's this first day of being sick. Mom left, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like flipping through the channels, and I see Spock and Kirk talking. And I don't know why I stopped, but I just started watching. And what was the name of the... what was it? Shit. I'm trying to remember what... let's see here. Oh, it was Mirror Mirror. Oh my god, it was Mirror Mirror. Holy shit, I forgot about it. It was Mirror Mirror. Was the first episode that I saw. And when I watched it, it was such a cool like I loved it. It was because they were like they were switched with their evil selves, and it was like, oh my god, it was so good. And like that's what hooked me. I was done. And so like it would be like they would do Star Trek the original series, and they would do like 2 episodes of that for an hour. So that was from like 1 till 2. And then at 2:30 they had Lost in Space. I'd be like, yeah, Lost in Space. I'd wind up watching Lost in Space because I'm already hooked because of Star Trek, right? So I'm watching Star Trek, then I'm watching Lost in Space, and then came on... Oh... What was the next one? Oh my god, I wish I could remember what it was. It's one of those shows that like it was just like filler. But the big two was Star Trek and Lost in Space. And I watched that for hours every single day. For the 2 weeks I was sick that summer and I couldn't go outside and play with my friends. I developed my love for sci-fi at that point. Lobby server has encountered a problem. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious right now? Please tell me you're joking. Oh no. Tell me we just sat in queue for that long for nothing. Hey, it's an hour and 40 minutes of just talking. Are you not entertained? Alright, listen, I know I was beating up New World earlier. I really was. But... holy shit. I know I was beating up New World earlier. I really hope it saved my place in queue. I doubt it. I mean, unless they take the servers down. Oh! That's fine. We're gonna keep talking about more shit about my past. Now, so to get back to the original discussion, so if anyone doesn't know, I don't know if there are people that just never got to experience the fun and love that was the summer reading program in the United States. They created this program that they thought was great. And I don't know if it's just in Jersey. I don't know if I never did research. Hold on. We're going to do research right now. Summer reading program. Let's see here. Alright, so Scholastic is the one that released it. I just don't know if, like, it's required elsewhere, right? So, the summer reading program would come out, and so what would happen is, your class, your grade, would be assigned a book. And I don't even know if I... Oh, do I? Do I still have it? Oh, hold on. I may have stolen these books. Oh, God. Tell me I have them. Oh, God. Oh. I got one of them, which means I know I have the other one somewhere. Just can't find it right now. Alright, here we go. Best example I got right now. Best example I got. Straight stolen from school. 100% stolen from school when I was a kid. So... I don't know what the reading level of this would be. Let's see here. So what would be the reading level on this? Okay, so here's an example. In 7th grade, you're on your summer vacation, and they hand out this fun little book. And so in 7th grade, you now have to read this book. You know what's really funny? I'll do it like this. You can still see that it had the printing from the school. 100%. So in 7th grade, you would sit there and oh, I didn't even realize you texted me. I'm sorry. If you're here, I'm sorry. I love you. You know who I'm talking to. You're awesome. I didn't even see it. I apologize. I'm sending stuff now. Boom. There we go. If you're here, awesome. You already know it's coming. If you're not here, well, you're getting it anyway. All right. So you get that book in 7th grade, right? And they would send you home with it, and they'd be like, all right, you have to read it. And you have the entire summer to read it. And then at the beginning of the school year, when you first come back, your first day back, you have to hand in a book report on that book. So here you are in 7th grade going... Let's go. Act 1, Scene 1. A desert place. Thunder and lightning enter 3 witches. First witch. We shall see we 3 again. In thunder, lightning, and in rain. Second witch. When the hobbleberry done. When the battle's lost in one. You're sitting here in 7th grade reading through Macbeth. And then you're expected that by the time you get to your first day of class, you've written a book report on Macbeth, right? They would give you like one of the required readings was Death of a Salesman. If you've never read Death of a Salesman, be glad. Be glad. Oh my God, holy depressing ass book, Batman. But we were made to read it. Here's your summer reading. Here's Death of a Salesman. Thanks. That's what I wanted for my summer, a depressing book to read. and then write a book report about it on my summer vacation before I have to go back. Then, what was another one? There was Death as a Sale. Oh, Of Mice and Men. Holy shit. You want another tale of happiness and joy that you could share with children for generations to come? Of Mice and Men. A tale of when at the end you get to, your friend kills his friend because he accidentally kills a woman. Doesn't that sound like an amazing story? Just look at the rabbits. Just look at the rabbits across there. We're gonna build them a place. And bang, dead. Oh, I can see them, George. You know, like, these are the books you're handing to students, right? And telling them during their summer break, they must read it. Must read it. Must write a report. I had reading beaten out of me because of those books. Because, like, nothing makes you want not to do something more than someone telling you you have to do it. Especially as a child. Like, think about it. What child actively went, I love asparagus! Please, Mommy, give me extra asparagus on my plate. I don't want the delicious mac and cheese. No, give me extra asparagus, Mommy. If you were the kid that begged for asparagus instead of the mac and cheese, thank you for your service. I'll give you my asparagus. Give me your mac and cheese. Like, quite literally, I will give you all of my asparagus. If you want my asparagus, I'll give it to you. Give me your mac and cheese. I'll take anything. Anything. But I'll tell you how many times my mom, like, because my family, we didn't have much money, right? We were like poor as shit, right? When my mom cooked something, that was dinner. That was it. And so, like, there was no waste. There was no nothing. It was born into me that there is no waste of food. Even if you don't like it, you eat it. You finish it because that amount of food represented a certain amount of effort that my father had to do to work to be able to, like, put the food on the table, and then eventually became my mom, and how many hours she had to work to put food on the table. And so you didn't waste. And so what would happen is they would throw the asparagus on the plate, and my brother, loving brother, he loved asparagus. He wouldn't give up his mac and cheese for asparagus, but he loved asparagus, right? But he hated peas. And I loved peas, but I hated asparagus, right? And so he had this stupid ass song, this stupid f***ing song that he would sing every time asparagus would come to the table, because he knew I hated asparagus. He would sit there and he'd go, asparagus, asparagus, yum, 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 yum. This is the song he would sing every time the asparagus would come out. And, like, the asparagus would hit the table, I'd be like, and so, like, at the end of it, I would eat my food, and there would be the asparagus left, and my mom would be like, you can't leave the table until you finish your asparagus. And so there I'm sitting there with my now going cold asparagus. Nothing says delicious like cold asparagus. And so now I'm sitting there for an hour or 2 hours, can't play any games, can't leave the dinner table, gotta finish your asparagus. Everyone's gone. Everyone's watching TV, my brother's playing video games, everyone's doing other things. What am I doing? Sitting there staring at my cold ass asparagus going, please just disappear. And you know, the worst part is we had a dog, right? My dog hated asparagus. I wish my dog loved the asparagus. I would have just been like, little by little, just like flicking it. Like, I tried. I remember as a kid trying to feed my dog the asparagus, and my dog would just spit it up like it was like garbage. And I'm like, you know, you and me, we're on the same page here. That shit is disgusting. You know? And so, like, I still to this day, I hate asparagus. You could have Gordon Ramsay himself come into my kitchen and go, Steve, we're gonna make you some delicious asparagus. Nope, I'm done. I'm good. You know, after years of being told you must eat your asparagus and having beaten into me, I just hated it. And that's what the summer reading program was to me. It was just like, we're gonna take this shitty ass book and we're gonna make you read it, and that's gonna be during your summer break. And it wasn't until my 12th grade year. My 12th grade year was the year that my teacher was just like, listen, I don't care about summer reading. She's saying, I don't care. Here's the deal. Read any book you want, as long as it's your level or higher. I don't care. And write me a book report on it. Or, if you don't want to write a book report, you can stand in front of the class and give an oral presentation. Whichever you prefer. And for the first time ever, I was in an English class. I hated English classes. All of the English classes. English class, right? I loved math and sciences and all that. Hated English, because English kept reminding me of this summer reading program, reading this stupid shit, right? But maths and sciences, like, it was fun. It was good. And, you know, like science, you're sitting there in a chemistry class blowing shit up. It was cool. You go into your astronomy class and you're sitting there, like, you know, looking at, like, the stars and shit like that. And it was like, those were cool classes to me. But English was just like, here's this. It's an awful book that you shouldn't have to read, but we're going to make you read it because it's a classic. It's just like, oh, God, please no. Please no, don't do this to me. And so, like, that senior year, when I finally had an English teacher that was just like, the summer reading program is ass. I don't like it. So what we're going to do is you're going to read whatever book you want, and you're going to give me either a book report or an oral presentation. And for me, I am much better at oral presentations than I am at writing. I can literally, without pre-planning, step in front of a group and give an entire, like, dissertation on a subject without pre-planning and without having the PowerPoint presentation behind my head and giving me, you know, pointers of where I should be going next. And I get, there are some people that can't do that, you know, I can. And so for me, I was one of the students that was like, yes, I will take the oral presentation, please. And give it to me. Give me the oral presentation. I will do it with all the vigor that I have. And, oh, God, I'm drying out. Too impassioned talking. There we go. And so, like, for the first time ever, I enjoyed my English class. I really did. Because, like, this English teacher was one of those ones that was like, he kept giving the class, you as a class, the option of you can do a book report or you can do an oral presentation. You could do this or you could do that. You have whatever options you want. No longer was I under, like, this clause of, like, you must do this. Because this, you know, like, it was the first time like, I took an English class and, like, honestly felt like a sort of, like, freedom at that point. Like, I had a voice that I could say. You know, I could be like, you know, I feel like this. And he allowed us to pick whatever book we wanted, which is great. And so, like, I was sitting there picking things like Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, and stuff like that. You know, like, really good, deep books. I wasn't like using books like Death of a Salesman, you know, and that travesty, or any of those other, like even if you think about it, like, one of the other required readings when I was a kid was what was it? Charlotte's Web. Charlotte's Web is another book of misery. Like the whole middle part of the book is, like, happy and fun and so on and so forth. And then at the end, holy shit. Like, why? Why are you doing this to us? Please don't do this to us. This is not what I wanted. Oh, God. And it was just like, that English teacher was the first English teacher I ever had that I actually was just like, you know, I like this guy. You know what also he didn't do, which I was grateful for? Spelling test. There was no spelling test. Thank God. There was no spelling test. I would have cried. Like, I honestly would have cried. You know, like, if I could have wept in that man's arms the first time he said there will be no spelling tests in my class. Oh my God, I would have done it. That would have been it. I would have cried deeply into his arms. Like, oh, no more spelling, because I suck. I suck at spelling. I really do. You will find no man or woman or cow or horse or donkey or cat that is worse at spelling than I am. I am the worst. Like, there's bad and then there's me. It's just I can't wrap my problem is, like, I could look at a math equation and work it out in my head, but when it comes to the English language and it's like, I need you to spell the word antithesis, and I'm like, and so, like, my head, I start like going antithesis, you know, like, I'm just like working it out, but then, like, I miss the silent W that's in there for some reason. There's no W in antithesis, but, like, you get the idea. Like, there's the invisible letter that you know nothing about, and it's just like, shit, God damn it, you know. And so, like, that was the whole thing at the end of the day. It was just like, I'm really bad at spelling. I really am. Because I know it's my analytical mind that sits there and goes, if the word sounds like it's spelled this way, then that's how it should be spelled. That's why, if you notice, my name is Siegfried, Sigfred, because a long time ago, when I was playing Dungeons and Dragons for the first time in my life, I wanted to play a paladin, and I wanted to name him Siegfried, and I didn't understand how German worked, and so I didn't know it was spelled Seigfried, and because I didn't understand how German worked, I literally phonetically spelled it out in my head, and so it has stuck since then. Which works out great, because I don't think I would ever be able to get online and actually get the name Siegfried spelled properly. Because it's an actual proper name in German. Oh, man. You know, and so, like, that, for me, at the end of the day, it's like, I'm just like, damn. Hate English. Really do. Give me, but that's the same thing with, like, I tell people all the time, like, when people say they hate history, right? When, like, as someone who got a degree in history, there are a lot of people out there that say, I hate history. I think history is boring as shit. I think history is dumb, and so on and so forth. And I sit there and go, I will put money on it, dollars to donuts. Every single teacher that person had was one of the same history teachers that you have all the time. The only things I care about is I need to know the date, location, who, and when it happened. That's it. When it happened, where it happened, who did it, and that's it. And it's like, there's nothing, like, there's no substance behind that. Like, you're not learning the cool thing about history at that point. You're just learning a date, a time, a location, and who it was. You know, it's like, and so, like, if you actually wind up with a good history teacher, sure, they'll say, like, this dates and the times and who's matter, but it's the why. The why is what makes history fun. Because when you start looking at history and you start, like, looking at it, like, why something happened, then you can start applying it to, like, current day, and you can start seeing certain things are constantly happening over and over and over again. And it's usually because the why is exactly the same. It might be 2 or 3, or it might be completely different situations, but it's the why is exactly the same answer. Do do do. And so like it's, and so for me, English, it was just like there's even more deeper reasons why I hate English. I really do. The biggest reason. So besides summer reading, besides the doing homework during the summer, besides all of that, the biggest reason was I have, and I still have, I have to fight it from time to time. Like I feel it in my speech. You'll see it. I do it every once in a while where you'll see me double tick. And what I'm talking about is I have problems with S's, which is great when your name is Steven. If you have problems with S's and your name is Steven, life is great, I must say. And so I have problems with S's, and I still do. And so what'll happen is in my head, I pre-formulate certain words that I know I'm going to say. So the S words. And I sound out the S word in my head. And if I say it improperly in my head, I say the previous words again, like the previous two words, so I can then reprocess the word. Because I want to be able to make sure I say it properly. And even then, I still kind of screw it up. And so that's why you'll see from time to time, I'll like have a pause. And usually a pause that happens, or usually when you hear me like re-tick a word, is because an S is about to come up. And so I had problems with S's. I really did. I had problems with S's. S's were bad. And with my problem with S's, I was sitting there and I had this like speech issue with the S's. I know I brought it up on stream before, but what wound up happening was I was in the advanced program in elementary school. I was in advanced math. I was in advanced science. I was like all the advanced classes, right? The problem was that my math teacher, love him to death, but at the same time don't love him to death. The way he would teach the multiplication table, this was in third grade going into, it was either third grade or fourth grade. He would take a record and put it on the thing, and it would be the times table, right? And literally the times table on the record player, you know, it'd start up and it'd be like, 2 times 1 is 2. 2 times 2 is 4. And we as a class would have to say the times table along with the audio recording. And so it would be like 2 times 4 is 8. 2 times 5 is 10. And so like what would happen eventually is he would go, all right, he would bring it back the beginning of the recording, and then on a record player, if you know this, there's settings on speed, because like certain records you'd have to spin at one speed for it to sound right. On certain records you have to spin at a different speed to make it sound correct. And on certain records you'd have to put it even faster to make it sound correct. It was just like depending on how they printed and recorded it onto the record. And so what he would do is he would tick it up to the next one, right? And so when he would tick it up to the next one, it would be like 2 times 1 is 2. 2 times 2 is 4. 2 times 3 is 6. 2 times 4 is 8. 2 times 5 is 10. And so you'd have to do the whole thing, right? And go through. And then when we finished the whole thing, he would go, all right, we're going to go up another notch. And he would kick it to the next one, right? And so he would kick it up to the next one. It'd be like 2 times 1 is 2. 2 times 2 is 2. 4. 2 times 3 is 6. 2 times 4 is 8. 2 times 5 is 10. 2 times 6 is 12. 2 times 7 is 14. 2 times 8 is 16. 2 times 9 is 18. And you'd have to like say this, right? And this was for all of the times tables. So it was like the 3s, the 4s, the 5s, the 6s, the 7s. All from 1 to 10, right? And the problem is there are a lot of S words when you're doing the multiplication table on all the different areas. There are lots of S words. And so because of it, I was having issues getting the words out. I really was. And the problem was, it wasn't couldn't, like, I didn't know the numbers. It's not that I didn't know the multiplication table. It was that I physically, because of my problem with S's, could not formulate or say the S words. The problem was, instead of being, you know, like, I get it, back then they didn't have like certain resources that they have now, and certain teachers just made assumptions. He just made the assumption that I wasn't able to keep up with the workload. And the advanced program, the way it was designed in my school, was if you got removed from the advanced program for one subject, you were removed from the advanced program for all subjects. And so when that happened, there was no hearing, there was no nothing. It was basically the teacher went to my parents and said, he can't keep up with the workload. I want him out of the program. And my parents, thinking that the teacher was, you know, almighty and knew everything, went, yep, you're right. You're 100% right. Let's do it. And so, like, I got removed from the advanced program and got switched over to this other program, like the basic program, and basically had to sit there. And now I'm no longer with my friends. I'm no longer with the people I hang out. I'm no longer, you know, in the same cafeteria time. Everything is changed like that. And all it would have taken, and so, you know, I was in a speech program at this point. So I had a speech teacher that I would be pulled out during my lunch break to work on my S's. That's why, like, my speech teacher back then is the one that told me, like, this formulation strategy of when I'm saying my S's to take the second and just, like, sound it out in my head before you say it, so that way you don't, you know, say it improperly or whatnot. And it causes the issue. It really does. Every once in a while, you'll see it. If you pay attention to me long enough, you'll see. Every once in a while, there will be that pause, like a rebuttal of a couple words, and then the S word will come out. And I had a speech teacher at that point, and so you would think that the teacher would get together with the speech person, and like they would shake hands and go, listen, is it possible that he doesn't know his multiplication tables, or it's just that he's having problems saying the words? It would have been a simple conversation, and then you know how it would have been solved? Real simple. This is a real simple thing that they could have done. Put a damn sheet in front of me with the multiplications on the paper and see if I can answer all of them. Because if I can answer the multiplication table on a piece of paper by writing it down, guess what that means? It means I know the goddamn multiplication table. But that never happened. And so I was kicked out of the program. And that's when, like, everything changed. I left. That was the last English teacher. The English teacher I had in that program she was really awesome. I loved her. And so, like, when I was removed from her and given to the new teacher, she angered me. She angered me like it was her job. And I to this day, I don't know if it was just that, like, I walked into her class angered about the whole situation because I'm no longer with my friends and hanging out with my friends and in this advanced program now, like, kicked back, or if it was truly this specific teacher pissed me off, right? I will never know, right? Never know. I mean, I'm sure I could probably get one of those, like, those people that, like, hypnotize you and then, like, regress me back. You know, regress me back and be like, I didn't mind her. Did you learn anything, Steve, in being in your past regression? Yeah, I realized I didn't mind her much. It was just a more of me problem. Or I hated her. Nope, I learned I actually, honest to God, hated her. And so, like, and that, I can tell you, that's when my downward spiral for English started, was in, like, the 3rd, 4th grade, when I got switched out of the program, put into this other thing, and it was just like, oh, everything was a mess. And so, at the end of the day, it was one of those things that I was just like, I was full well glad, you know, like, that I survived it. But at the same point, like, I was doing... This is the part I will never understand, right? In second going into third grade, I was doing so well in the advanced placement program across the boards that they went to my parents and said, "Hey, we want him to skip a level. We want him to skip up. You know, because he's so advanced, we want him to skip to the next grade." And they thought about it, and the problem was I was already the youngest in the class because I was a borderline student. Basically, I came in as the end of the border, and it was one of those, you can either wait a year and go in next year and be the oldest of the class, or you can come in now and be the youngest of the class. And my parents were just like, no, let's send him in now, so that way his brother and him are close in grades. You know, they didn't want another grade in between us. And so when they came to him, they were like, "Hey, listen, you know, we want him to go up in our level. You know, we want him to skip a grade." They sat there and they thought about it, and I respect what they did. You know, they basically said, he's already technically, on paper, a year younger than all these students. You know, he's a year younger already because he was on the border. Like, all the other students are a year older than him. You know? So, do we want to make him 2 years younger than everyone else in the class at that point? And so they made the decision. They were like, you know what? No, we're not going to let it happen because he's already a year younger than everyone, and we don't want to make it 2 years younger because it might be too much. And again, respect my parents for that decision. 100%. I will never be upset with them for making that decision, because I think that was a perfectly valid, good decision to make, was not to do it, because again, I was already a year behind everyone. I was already a year younger than everyone else. So to skip me a grade would have made me a year younger. But here's the thing. If I got skipped that year, I wouldn't have been in third grade, wouldn't have come across that math teacher. I would have been in fourth grade then, and then this would have never happened, and I would have continued in the advanced program. That is the one thing that's still, like, that thought right there is the one that always, like, gets me. It's just like, oh my god. Had they let the skip happen, I would have skipped the one guy that caused all the problems. You know, and again, can I be mad at him? Yeah, I think I can honestly be mad at him. But at the same point, he did the best he could, given the tools and situation that he was involved with. You know, do I think that would have happened today? Like, nowadays, like, if I was my age back then now, would that have happened? I don't think so, because they have that whole... I think that's why they created the I forget what they're called, the training programs, training plans or something like that, that they make with the students and the parents and all that, which, you know, outlines what they're trying to do, and then outlines the strengths and weaknesses of the student. Because then on my training plan, it would have had listed speech impediment, problem with S's, yada yada yada, and then at that point, the teacher looking at the plan could have went, oh, maybe this isn't this, maybe it's this. You know, who knows? I will never know. You know, there's no reset button. I can't relive my life back then now, nor would I want to. I've had so many awesome experiences in my life. I have so many awesome people in my life. Why would I want to delete all that, you know, to redo it? And so it's like holy shit, you know? Well, I gotta There we go. Oh, please don't crash out again. I have waited patiently for 2 hours and 17 minutes. I still have plenty of stories in the tank, but I would like to read some other stories. I have a great many stories in the tank we can go with. Yo, where's Sass Monster tonight? Miss, I want a storyline time. Shit. I'm just gonna refer to her to episode 1555 and go, you want stories, Sass? Just go right there. Plenty of fucking stories for you right there. All the stories you could ever want. Oh. You know what I should do? I should just start like saying things like, my first car ever was, you know, all the like the secret questions that you have, like, what was your first pet? My first pet was blah blah blah. My first car. Just give away all the secrets so that way someone could steal my identity. That was a fun moment of my life. I actually dealt with that. I had to actually get a new social security number because someone stole my identity and my social security number. I pray no one ever has to go through getting a new social security number. Holy shit. The process, not fun. It's almost like they designed that system that you get one number for your entire life. And when they have to actually switch it over, there's a lot of safeties that are put in place to make sure it never happens. And so, like, when you're trying to get it done, you're hitting wall after wall of switching up your social. Holy shit. But yes, ooh, that's a 5. That's a 5. Come on. Let me get in. Let me get in. Let me get in.
Let me get in! Let me get in! Let me get in!
Oh, God. So, yeah, it's just... I had my identity stolen. Someone racked up, I think it was... $194,000 to my name. Yeah, it was like $194,000. My credit rating was in the shit. And it was just like... It took almost 2 years. Yeah, it was 2 years. 2 years. And it took a lawyer to sit there. A lawyer and accountant sitting there and ripping through this to figure out what was me and what was not me. And just like... divert it out so that way we could determine fake me and real me, and then just be like boom. And then when we finally separated it out, certain safeguards were put in place, and then that's when they were like, well, you know what we should do is we should try and get you a new social. I'm like, all right, let's do it. Huh. There are two things that are hard in this world. Number one, getting a new social security card. If you destroy your social security card, getting a new social security card with your number on it, hard as shit. Because you have to answer this entire form out about what happened to your previous social security card. Do you have any pieces of... If you have a piece of your old social security card, they want it. They actually want the remnants of your old card if you have it. So like my old social security card went through the washer. And when they were like, they want the remnants of them, I'm like, I mean, if you want it. And literally, I'm handing them pieces of, like, washed up social security card. And they're like, yeah, do you have any more? Hey! We did it! We finally got in. A new social security card with no problems at all. Filled out the form online, had a new one in the mail a week later. Okay, when I did mine was a long time ago, before the internet was the internet that it is now. When you had to fill out like a giant form and go down to the Social Security building. I am glad to hear it is much easier now. We need teleport, travel. And we are going to Olda, Stepstone Nald. Yeah, it was funny because like when I went to the Social Security building, they were like, they even told me when I was on the phone with them, they're like, if you have any shrapnel or not shrapnel, any shards of the old card, we need it. I'm like, why? And they're like, just bring it. I'm like, okay. And so quite literally, there I was in their office as I'm handing them shards of a piece of paper. And then it was like 2 months later when they finally sent me the new card. And then the worst part about it is I got the new card, and then the identity theft happened. Ugh. 12.8. 12.8. My 8.6. Is it you? Flustered attendant PC. It has to be you. Yeah, that was miserable. Like it quite literally was like I got the one thing. Yeah, I got it. It was good. Like life was grand, and it was like maybe not even a year later. Not even a year later was when the identity theft happened. And then that was 2 years of my life right there. I could tell you right now, my credit score is still repairing from that mess. Soul of the Reaper, attire, deep gold war scythe. The flustered attendant is urgent need of someone with a knack for chasing off ruffians. And now we get to start doing really bad role-playing. You there! You're the fighting sword, yes? And by the looks of it, you're one meaneth skill. My employer is in desperate need of a man of your talents, you see. He's been beset by threats of unsavory group of thugs known as the Lemurus. Oh, I forgot. We're going to do great with English. This is awesome. Their leader demands my master part with some of his considerable wealth, or, well, I'll just tell you they call her the Reaper and leave the rest of your imagination. We don't intend to acquaintance with those of the churlish demands without a fight, and a stout arm by our side would go far to ensure our survival. Your arm, perhaps. In case the opportunity to perform a good deed isn't enticement enough, please be reminded the master possesses considerable wealth. If you would aid us, come with your help haste to the Sapphire Avenue Exchange, where we will make our stand against these brutes. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. We're gonna kick some ass. Hey, new music! Dun, doo, doo, doo. But yeah, I'm definitely glad to hear getting a Social Security card. Now, do they still do you know this, if they still have the same old rule? So there used to be an old rule that you could only ever have 2 new copies of your Social Security card or something like that. You couldn't get more than 2 or something like that. I remember that was something that like I had to acknowledge that this was my one of 2. And that if I lost this one, I would only have 1 more I could ever get.
You! I know why you are here, and if you mean to lay a finger on my coin purse, you'll have to pry it from my cold, lifeless.
Master he's a friend. This adventurer has agreed to help. We'll show the Reaper what her empty intimidations are worth.
I see. My apologies, sir. Tensions have been high as of late, and I'm sure you can understand. For reasons that elude me, these lemurs have made my life a walking nightmare. Sight unseen, they have demanded I begin to pay for them and their luxury of my own life. Rumors aboard of the origins. Some say they're Demetrius of some barbaric nation. They flaunt our laws and threaten the betters with impurity. Impunity, not impurity. Impunity. Oh, it's 10 per lifetime.
10 per lifetime. Oh, that's still much better. All right, I'm glad to see things are much better at the Social Security Department now.
They're led by a dead-eyed killer who draws her scythe at the slightest sight, refuses their payment of coin, and she takes their share of their lifeblood instead. Rubbish, I say. The Reaper is naught but a toothless bandit.
Interesting theory you have there. Care to test it?
Oh shit! You're the Reaper.
Oh, you're a perceptive one, ain't you? Suppose that's how you came to be in possession of so many shiny things? And what do we have here? Hiring more help while our ledgers remain unbalanced? You wouldn't be trying to wriggle your way out of paying us for a job well done, would you?
Wait, what?
What? You piece of shit! My. How do we keep these lies straight? You didn't tell your hired muscle here what great friends we were? So great, in fact, that you trusted none other than me and mine to put a scare in your competition. A job we're happy to do. You can't find your fortune in the fair city without stepping over a few bodies in the way, after all. But, as flexible as our morals are, I'm afraid without the coin to bend them, we only have one recourse, unless... Yo, she wants on. She wants on. One does wonder how you found yourself with a bodyguard of such uncommon mettle. Aye, not an ounce of fear in that gaze, and not a mote of puffed up arrogance either. This lad, my dear Julio, is a genuine article. He has what we, the mercenary trade, call the killer instinct. Killer Instincts? That was a pretty good game. Crack the neck. See, that's how you know he has the killer instincts. It's the cracked neck. Anytime you see someone mid-conversation do the and crack their neck, that's the killer instinct right there. How's this? For the sakes of our long-time standing friendship, I'll make it simple. Allow me to take this adventure off your hands, and the debt is forgiven.
What? That's all? Shit, you can have him right now! He's all yours!
I believe this is what them in your trade call a bargain. As for you, adventurer, it seems you've made a free agent, but if you're still inclined to put those instincts of yours to use, come and visit our headquarters in Pearl Lane. The door's open. Whee! Da dum doom. Oh, excuse me. Okay, Pearl Lane. Oh, okay, so it's in here. Run! In. Up. Over. The boss told me you'd be along. Come in. Sure. Just kick back in a chair. Boss, the guest of honor has arrived. The dear Savior Almigo and Doma designs to appear before me. I have heard all about you. It's hard not in this line of work. The stories paint you as a ferocious insurgent, a force of nature few have survived. Peace, friend. I have no desire to put the killer to the proof of personally. I don't have a death wish. Yo, this is the smartest NPC ever. I've heard you've killed millions of people. I don't want to be 1,000,001. I have zero plans of becoming your one kill over 1,000,000. I'm good. You can call me Drusilla. I'm a Reaper, one of many, and the leader of this little family here. As to why I invited you to our home, there's a job I'd like you to take care of for me. I won't work with criminals and thieves. Now, there's no need for name calling. Untwist your small clothes and listen to the particulars first. I won't ask you to do anything unsavory. This job will be a boon to your fellow man, in fact. All you have to do is kill one for me. Though perhaps kill ain't the right word, seeing as he's already dead. What? Don't look surprised. I just... Don't read my mind, game! I know you've seen the dead walk. This time, you'd be up against a void scent. Come here to unleash its singular brand of wickedness upon the world. It won't be an easy task. The evil driving this monster is black as the void and near as deep. Countless souls have succumbed to its hunger. Worthy prey for one inclined to heroics, don't you think? You can't face it as you are, though. Store it up as your strength may be. It'll need to train you in the techniques that'll let you pierce the void and slaughter its kin. What could you have to teach me? Yes, teach me. Don't see many Guardians in Ulda, do you? Let alone ones as savage as this. Save your startled gasp. I'm not out of surprises yet. It's the stone. Hold your hand out to the crystal here. If you're made of the stuff I think you are, then you're in for a treat. It's the job crystal. Hum Num Shigai. That's it. I knew you had what it takes. That'd be an avatar, a manifestation of your essence, and the Stygian power of the Void Scent on the other side. A Void Scent to which, if you so choose, you will bind to yourself. You'll gain skills unlike anything you've ever known. Skills that allowed people like me to operate in the shadows and kill those who need killing since time immemorial. And your first assignment, should we walk this path, is to use the power of one void scent against another for the betterment of the realm. Your reward will be the wisdom of countless generations of Garlean assassins. But if slime with my kind... Wait, you're go too fast! Oh, shit. Alright, slow down. Okay, alright, okay. But if sliding with my side kind of makes your stomach churn, then take your indignation and piss off. If the thoughts of having one foot in the void makes your stones shrivel into your belly, then take your cowardice and piss off. And if you have any concerns for the sanctity of your soul, then take your virtue and piss off. However, if you have none of the aforementioned objections, and you don't mind walking with a knife edge twixt life and death, then you'll have the tools to see your justice done, and done right every time. This is the choice you must make, and soon. Every moment our quarry stalks the land is another opportunity for it to do harm. Holy shit. She just told me to piss off 3 times. That's hardcore. Okay, let's do this. I've taken you've come to a decision, am I right? Then there'll be no turning away once you've chosen, mind you. You'll dance with the death and return as its envoy, and you won't return at all. So, what'll it be? I will not suffer this voice sent to threaten the innocents. I will dance. I may not be much of a dancer, but I want the power to see my justice done. I prefer to keep a well clear of death, if it's all same to you. So this is the no, I don't want to do it. Okay, I'm not much of a dancer, but I want the power to see justice done. Fists together. Very good. Then let's not waste time. Take up this crystal and attest to both words that you walk as a reaper. Bind yourself to a void scent and claim the strength that the weak of heart shun. Though through the avatar at your side does the void scent bring its power to bear, feeding upon the souls of the fiends you cut down in return. Not a bad arrangement, huh? But I'm sure you tire of words. Here, the traditional weapon of our order. Let's see how it looks strapped to your back. Okay. Alright, so we go into the armory chest. We bring up the character sheet. We bring up the gear set form. Okay, we equip this. We go over here. I already have better gear. That's kind of funny. So let's see. Oh no, yeah, we're sticking with this. Hell yeah. All right, and then we do add, and we drag this over to the bar, and then we gotta unlock real quick. This is level 70, so this has to go down further. There we go. Even though technically the Dragoon has a better score because of the weapon. Alright, cool. Oh. Oh. Hello. Alright, this goes up here. This goes away. That goes away. That goes away. No, let's see. Let's see here. So I gotta figure this out real quickly. So, what are my buffs and debuffs? So Faint is this lowers the target's physical damage, so that's a debuff that goes up top. Deliver and attack with opponents go 140. Waxing. Arm's length goes up here. Arcing Crest. Wow, that's a how many that's a 5-second 10% health. So it's literally like, here's a free 1,000 damage health shield that you could use every 30 seconds. Holy shit. Okay. That's a buff. That goes up top. Deliver attack. Second one's a heal. That goes down there. This is a debuff. That goes up top. Bloodbath is a heal. That goes down here. Oh, I need my limit break thing. Actions. General limit break goes up here. What? Dash 15 yawns forward allows the next heart to be cast immediately. Cannot be executed while bound. Holy shit. So you literally just be like... That's a dash and a half! Holy shit. Alright, so this is AoE. This is single target. So AoE, single target. This is AoE. This is single target. This is AoE. Alright, so this is a backwards. So this moves you out, and this moves you in. That's cool. Delivers an attack with potency 300. Single. Okay, so this is... So you open with Slice. So deliver attack with potency of 300. Then Waxing Slice is what you follow after that. So then we need the combo for... So this is the combo for Waxing. So it's 1, 2, 3. So then we need Infernal Slice. This is the when on cooldown you do it. Deliver an attack with 300. Affects target with Death's Design. Increase the damage you deal by 10%. Duration 30 seconds. Extends duration of Death's Design by 30 seconds to a maximum of 60 seconds. Decrease soul gauge by 10 if the target is KO'd before it expires. Spinning Scythe is the first of this, and that's followed by Nightmare, which is then followed by... Holy shit. There's so much shit going on with this class. Alright, so this is when you become the thing, right? Grants Soul Reaver. Summons an avatar to deliver an attack with 140 to all enemies. So this is the AoE version of that. There's a... So you're the AoE version of that. Oh, that looks cool. Oh, this action Bloodstalk changes to while under the effects of enhanced gallows. Can only be executed while under the effect of Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver. Okay, so then that's single target. That's single target. This is the shit I do to try and like make it make sense in my head. Flex the target with this design. Increase the damage you deal for 10. So we're going to put this here because you're going to use this no matter what. So like this should be your opening. Is like that and then that. So then you have 60 seconds of Death's Design. Then you go into your combos. Delivers an attack with opponents get 300. Afflicts a target with Death's Design. So this is a single. All right. This here, that here, that here, that here, that here, that here, that here. This goes there, that goes there. So this is the single target version of that. So single target, you do this twice, so you get the Death's Design up. Then you do your line, and then you do your line. Okay. And then this is the Bloodstalk thing that you have to. Okay. This is a dash, so I guess we can bring this up here then, because we're not going to have anything up there. Lowers target's physical damage dealt. Nullifies most knockbacks and draws. So this is a defense, so we're going to move that there. I think that actually works. So this should make sense. So this is all my single target shit. This is all my AoE shit. This is all my single target shit. This is all my AoE shit. This is my dash in and out. So what you should do is, I guess when you're single targeting, is you go this, this, then this. So that way it's off cooldown because this is your big hit. And then you go through the train. And then eventually you summon your thing, do your things. Okay. So, alright, cool. Alright, let's do this quest real quick. How'd you find the weight of the scythe in your hands? Pleased, and I hope. Now that we have a bit more in common, it's time we become more acquainted. What's the name of our newest reaper? Siegfried? Siegfried. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue, but so is with the Eorzean names. With every new one I learn, one more is forgotten. Yours can replace Jalal. After our little conversation, I think he'll give us a wide berth. Any road, we were more worthwhile concerned than shifty merchants, namely getting you conversed well and proper to the tricks of the trade, and the best way we can do that is through battle. One of the family is having trouble with a particular vexing friend, and he sent word asking for assistance. He goes by the name of Arjurjurj, and he's stationed near our Cutter's Cry. Not much of a fighter, but He's got a keen mind of trade and can find a needle in a stack of needles if need be. We'd best hurry before it ends up in the bottom of some monster's gullet. Okay. The soul gauge can be filled via execution of certain weapon skills or by defeating enemies afflicted by death's design. With sufficient souls stored in the gauge, you can execute actions such as Bloodstalk, Grim Swath, acquired at level 55, or Gluttony at level 76. So there's another one? You can view the job gauge. Okay. Alright. I'm kind of excited to see how this class looks. Hi everyone! It's me! Your favorite blood red... You know what I should do? I should... Hold on. Can this ship be dyed? Hold on. I almost want to get like a... There we go. If we're gonna be Reapers, I want... Oh yeah, ruby red dye. All right, I need 4 pieces of ruby red dye. Where can I get ruby red dye? Okay. All right, let's get some ruby red dye. We are getting some blood red armor to go with this shit. Hell yeah. For reasons. Ruby red. Ruby red. Ruby red dye. There we go. We need... Holy shit, this shit is expensive. Why is it so expensive? Do you have to buy it? Is this a buy from the ruby red dye? Oh, tell me this is not a required item Skulker's grip. Oh, never mind. So we're not doing ruby red. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's change up our approach. Okay. Let's dye. What if we went with like black? Black. Like my soul. It's not as fun. That's pink. That's too dark. What about Dalamond red? Dalamond. Dalamond red. From a quest. This one's not bad. Blood red. Ooh, blood red. Let's look at blood red. Blood red dye. Sale price 40. Okay, where do I get it? Olda, Steps of Thal, 14.2. Okay, so it's here. It's here. It's here. It's here. It's here. So you're on. It's on the dye vendor. 14.11. So you. I'm coming. That's what she said. So you? No. You? No. You? There it is. Blood red dye. Okay, so we need how many pieces? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pieces of blood red dye. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, there we go. Grab that. Thank you. Well spent. Wait, what happened to my pants? Why my pants turned white? The hell? We've been better off with the old color. Oh. Forget how you remove die. Remove die. That's a 14. Tina. No. That. There we go. Fine. You stay the original color. I can't having white pants under my blood red armor. It just doesn't look right. What the hell is this card? There we go. We learned whatever that was. Cool. All right, here we go. All right, Cutter's Cry. I can't have white pants under my blood red armor. We just can't have that shit. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of people out here. Oh shit. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Nope, that was League. No League. Alright, come here, Whale. Whale! I will fly through you. There's a level 21 fate here. That's kind of funny. That's adorable. Look at all these people pretending to be pretending here to be me. Boss, who's this? Are you sure we'd be getting an outsider involved? Thanks for your discretion, but it isn't needed. He has a personal contract with me, so consider him a mercenary in the service of our family. Whatever you'd say in front of me, you could say in front of him. By your will, boss. A chimera has been making these sands a living hell for anyone who dares wander into territory, which be us, since our trade route cuts right through it. The men I've hired to carry my goods are scared to death, and I can't blame them. None of us fit the monster's hunting, so I sent it for you. We'll see what we can do, Argonus. Might wanna find a rock to hide behind, though. Chimeras ain't known for being more discrimination of beasts. Okay. Let's go kill. Cool. Time to put your new skills to use, Siegfried. You've learned all the Reaper actions and traits to level 70. Detailed description can be viewed in the action trait window. Access under the character's main window. It's almost like I sat there and figured out this shit when I was back at the house. Are we ready? Yeah, let's do this. Let's go on with the hunt. We'll need to draw out the Chimera with the murderer meat. Now, to accustom yourself to the Reaper's tool, harvest the souls of the fallen to call forth your avatar. Reapers can summon their avatar by filling their soul gauge. Soul gauge will fill when performing combos, starting with the slice and using the skill of the soul slice. The best Reapers fight in tandem with their avatar. Let's see how you do. Might not even have to do the God, this is... So recasting this costs 50 of the gauge. Use Giblet. How do I get Giblet, though? Blood action stock. Oh, okay, I see what it is. So then it's this. This. Okay. Easy enough. As long as your avatar is by your side, monsters like these will be nothing more than easy prey. Alright. Remember to position yourself. Giblet from the side, gallows from the rear. Giblet from the side, gallows from the rear. Okay. Okay, so you switch between the two. I see it now. So now it's the next gallows. Okay, got it. That's kind of cool. I like it. So you're playing two different, like, comboing systems. Bloody impressive work. No duh. I knew there was something about you, but truth be telling, I didn't expect to see you make such clean work of the Chimera. I reckon even I might be hard-pressed to match that display. Huh, you know the talent when you see it, boss. And with that, the ceruleum will flow once more. Among his many roles, Argus is a merchant of sorts. He sells ceruleum at the price that makes those gill pinchers at Armaja and Sons balk, but still turns a pretty profit. We can't barely keep up with the demand, despite the occasional beast or two butting into their affairs. All thanks to you, boss, and our countrymen up north, of course. Here's to getting back to business as usual. Oh, look at that. I could use that belt right there for my EMT job. He had a pair of shears, a pair of pliers. Ceruleum ain't easy to come by, as you know. Amenamijaz and Son protects the monopoly of their gilded fist, but they've yet to force the Imperial Stranglers up north out of their markets. Now, before you go running off into the flames, let me assure you that this arrangement is entirely above board. Selling goods to the Imperials is forbidden by law, but they're nay a word about buying from them. I know you Eorzeans like to call Garleans by all sorts of colorful names. Bastards, tyrants, invaders, and we've got all those and worse. But while many of our foul deeds has been committed by the glory of the Empire, we ain't megalomaniacs to a man, even amongst the purebloods. Those that serve don't always do so by choice. Could be argued we all are casualties of the great Mechana ambition. No small number of the Empire's troops would return home in a heartbeat if they could, but they would be what it is. Most settle for sending their family a few coins they can afford to part with. Most Eorzeans would suffer the wit of color and complicate their black and white view, but if you're gonna fight with us, you should learn the truth of our past. Long ago, long before the Empire, our forebears lived in the Locus Amniazium, down in the southern Isambard. With the temperament kind and the fertile earth the land provided, many of us were but simple farmers, harvesting abundant crops with our self-same sights the reaper would eventually wield. But gifts aren't even the object of envy. We're not telling to the fields our ancestors were forced to defend them. Every year the yields far more than ilms, and some 800 years from ago now, they were driven from the Locus Amnius completely. Amnius. They fled north to the frozen region that would become the Garlemald. Even there, they fought tooth and nail for the scant resources that the frigid land had. For the fires of hardship were the first Magitech devices forged, and from innovation upon innovation, the humble group of farmers grew into an insatiable empire. But, before the miraculous twist of fate, we were a dying breed, bereft not of only magic, but the hope itself. With no natural advantages to speak of, our mere survival was in question. Are you trying to make me feel bad for Garlemald? Is that what's happening? From harsh necessity where the reaper's born, we turned our tools to weapons and struck a bargain with the whispers in the dark. With the void power, we could strike at an army's beaten heart, slay the generals, and throw the ranks of file into disarray. Our way is to end battle before the spark catches, to sacrifice the one to the many, to keep avaricious hands away from the family, friends, and lovers. And now, this power belongs to you. Remember our story. Remember what drives a man to turn to the void, and you'll not lead into a deeper temptation. Our work here's done. I'll see you back at headquarters. Approving nod. Da-da-da. Okay, cool. So we now go to this, and then we click on this, and then we click on this, and then we click on that. Then we click on this, and then we click on that, and then we click on that, and then we click on this. I'm so glad I made the armor red. I would have liked the other red, because it's like a better blood red, but I'm not about to spend 800,000 per... I am not about to spend that much money for a dye. For your first outing, you did good. I think you earned the right to know just whose lot you've thrown yourself in with. You might gather this yourself, but the Lemire's were formed to support those Garleans who live in exile. 'Twas easy to be far from home, let alone a place where most would sooner gut you than offer a helping hand. Oft is the place to make a living is in the shadowy corners outside the watchful gaze of the law. Now, I don't expect you to embrace us like brothers and sisters straight away, but know this, I do expect you to apply yourself to this job. In the meantime, I'll be working with the family to ascertain the whereabouts of our prey. I expect that sight to be likely the extension of your own body when next we speak. I'm assuming 73. Okay. Alright, so there we go. That is unlocked. Alright, so now we can close this one. So now we're going to go to unlock Sage. Limsa Lominsa Lower Docks. Limsa Lominsa, the one place that has my favorite starting music in the entire game. I was glad I started in this town. 9412. So you. Oh, Sage Path. That was easy enough. We will not be doing the storyline quest for the healer. Because I am not leveling the healer. We're just unlocking the healer. Oh, get off the damn NPC! Charlene Maiden is taking to a scenery with the fascination. Limsa Lominsa, former dispersal haven for pirates, now one of the realm's finest city-states, boasting a peerless shipping industry and an invaluable culinary culture. Oh, how it bustles. The tomes do not lie. Why you have a... Alright, wait, you're a paladin? I guess so, yeah. Well, here I am, Mother. In a faraway Eorzea. I will complete this mission, just you watch. In your noble name, and as the first of my class, I will succeed. And afterwards, perhaps I shall invite our esteemed alumna, Alizael, to tea at the Bismarck. I'll be the envy of everyone. Oh, so you know Alizael. Oh, shit! My apologies. Good sir, I failed to notice you. I am La Jinyala, a native of Charlian. By your appearance, I assume you are an adventurer. Are you perchance the well-traveled in Eorzea? Yeah. So you are. How very fortunate. And Siegfried is your name, you say? I'd swear I heard it somewhere before. In any event, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As for myself, I am an operative on a mission from the Forum, our nation's governing body. This being my first time in Eorzea, I have studied the best I could in preparation, but there's no substitute to local knowledge. Thus did I intend to hire an adventurer like yourself to serve as my escort. The mission is to pursue it and capture fugitives, and thus it will entail some danger. But you appear to be no stranger to such. Might you be willing to assist me in this endeavor? I'll gladly give you a tour. Wonderful! Well, I have some skill with the blade, and can fend for myself. I shall be glad to have your capable company. Now then, ere I divulge the particulars of my mission, we should head somewhere more private. Perhaps outside the city, by Zephyr Gates? I figured she was going to be the sage. That threw me off. You know what, screw it. I'm tired. I'm tired of walking. Just teleport, forehead. Just teleport, forehead. Let's call the other whale. Whale! I'm stopping here for a second because a long time ago, when I first started playing this game in 1.0, this was the bridge I walked out on and started fighting out here and leveling. And it was that moment that I just, for a brief second here, 11 years ago, holy shit. Back when I had no clue what class I wanted to play. Get off the damn NPC! Forgive me, I seem overly cautious, but this mission is highly confidential. Were the wrong people to learn of it, my superiors would have given me an earful. But I do believe we may speak freely here, so permit me to brief you on the details. As I mentioned, I am on the trail of fugitives, criminals who fled Sarlin and came to these shores. Extremely dangerous individuals who have enhanced themselves via forbidden means which they have rendered them unsound of mind. While in a state of delirium, one of their compatriots even committed murder. He died thereafter due to the side effects of the enhancement, but 3 others remain at large and pose a threat to the innocents. Their leader, a Viren male, is also alleged to have stolen valuable technological secrets. By the way of reference materials, I've brought the soul crystal. Ow! It's hot, hot, hot! What in the world? I have never known a soul crystal to give off such heat before. Is this how I get the soul crystal and... Whew. It finally cooled down, but what could have triggered that intense reaction? Not even in the stadium did I ever witness such a thing, but maybe it was you. The technological secrets which were stolen were contained in a similar crystal. This particular sample has been loaned to me by the Healing Institute in Charlayan. Tell me, Siegfried, in the course of your adventures, have you ever fervently wished to save someone? No, I murder everyone. I'm a DPS. I kill bitches. But failed to do so despite your best efforts and afterwards cursed your own powerlessness? Wow, that's kind of deep. I've had to watch some of my dearest friends slip away. Yes, but it doesn't stop me from trying to save whoever I can. There we go. Forgive me if my question was indelicate, but there can be no doubt the soul crystal resonates with that desires within you. When I received the crystal, I was told that, should it respond to a manner of my Eorzean collaborator, I should entrust it to him, or to them. For the knowledge it imparts, my knowledge of Simnomnops would surely avail me to my mission. Developed as a stadium, Somonics is the discipline which combines the wisdom of medicine, atheology, and sorcery, and those who have mastered it are called sages. Through medicine, a sage grasps the working of the flesh. Through atheology, he unlocks the secrets of the soul, and through sorcery, he learns to manipulate the two. Thus trained, a sage has the ability to both strengthen and heal. Yet, by the same token, he has the capability of the opposite, of causing harm. Not just anyone can take up the sage art. No, one must be prepared to hold the lives of others in one's hand. Are you willing to bear such a burden, Siegfried? If you are, and you would swear to use the art for good, then I shall entrust this soul crystal to you. I mean, I just really just, 1 second. I may have just swore to murder a lot of people and bind a void scent to my soul. Does that bother you at all? I'm just asking for a friend. If that bothers you at all, that I may have sworn to murder and kill lots of people and bind a void scent to myself. If you have no problem with that, then I will say, yes, I swear I will help people. Okay, cool. So, have you come to your decision? Then I will bear witness to your pledge. Do you swear to use the sage arts for good and to wield this power to the best of your judgment and ability? Sure thing. Excellent. Chosen as you are by the crystal, I had faith that you would rise to the occasion. When those around you cry out and succor, this crystal shall be your ally, for it bears wisdom of the sages past and the hopes of the future. By hearkening to this whispers and following the footsteps, you will come to embody those hopes, to save and change countless lives. Lest you worry how you will learn the art, I can provide guidance to any extent in any case. During my time in the stadium, I had occasion to study the Somonics, you see. While I was gifted in the spellcraft and came to favor the steel, I remember the lessons that will share what I know. Together with the soul crystal, I will provide you a set of sage garments. Thank you. So go on, take up the crystal and don your attire, and we shall begin your training. I did it! Sage is now unlocked. Alright. I'm going to use that. Okay, we go to the armory kit. And then we attach gun. And then we do recommended gear. And then we bring out this list, and then we do that. And then we drag you here. And then we unlock the bar. Because you're technically now officially my highest level healer. Look at that. You used to be Scholar. Now it's Sage. I want to see what this weapon looks like. Oh, they are literally like... That's really cool. Wait, what is this? Deals unaspected damage to opponents, get 160 to all nearby enemies, restoring HP to the targets under the effect of... Oh my god, so is this a damaging healing thing? Sure as hell seems like it. Triggers the healing effect on a player under the effects of Cardian granted to you by casting attack magics. The wow, this is... Wait, this is restore. This is a AoE heal with restoring mana? Oh, it uses one of these things. Oh, okay. Wow. All right, well, that's enough of that. Hold on. Let's get off that. Okay, well, cool. We did it. I unlocked it. I got everything I wanted from it. Here, you know what? We'll do one thing. Here we go. That's Reaper. Oh, wait, hold on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yay! I did it! I killed something as a sage. I did it. Alright, so I can say I did something now. Oh, what time is it? 2:41. Alright, good. That's funny as shit, though. Oh, good times. Good times were had. Alright, so we've now unlocked the 2 classes. I have... the hell? Why is your scythe like bright white? Did you dye it that way? Is that like a... is that a dye on there? Deep gold war scythe. It has to be dyed. Look at all these people unlocking Sage. Look at this red mage here. Wearing the level, the second tier red mage gear. What a bitch. Ooh, there's a fate nearby. Oh boy. Let me get right on that shit. Alright, That's funny as shit, though. My blur cup is now empty. This has to be like dyed or something. Has to be. Oh, goodbye, Chocobo. I will miss you. He's not... Oh, he's almost level 9. Nice. Alright, let's go over here. Let's throw some shit away so we can stop caring about it. All this shit we're not going to have to care about anytime soon. Just throw it in here. Get out of my inventory. Get out of my inventory. Out of my inventory. There we go. Alright, cool. Free up some inventory space. Okay, so where's the first? The next ship to sail takes place in Mordania. Moradun. Yeah, there we go. Oh. Are you? Wait. Are you a level 80 Reaper already? That's some fast-ass leveling if that's the case. Like super fast leveling. Alphanon is feeling the need to take stock. Siegfried, do you have some time to talk? Of course I do. I would like to gather everyone in the Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of the ominous tower in the multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into play by an organization known as the Telefororio. The Telefororio stated the purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past. An apocalyptic event would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of there has been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for a primal summoning. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered at least. But after what happened to Arvin and Fundola, we would need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are a paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. This is just playing catch up to what we saw in the last patch. So if you weren't here the other week, if you weren't here for the playthrough of Shadow, then well, you're about to learn what the hell happened. Shadow Walkers. Shadow. Or no, Shadow Bringers. This is Endwalker, that was Shadow Bringers. Which I couldn't put the S at the end of Bringers for some reason. Thanks, Twitch. Give me 1 second, guys. My ankle brace has decided to turn and is cutting into my ankle, which is none too comfortable. Or it's all the comfort and I'm just lying. All of the comfort. As you know, the Tolaferori are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos, yea Galvus, the crown prince of our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen worst of it. For a good while there, I saw the bloodfest with my own eyes and the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Oh god. Oh god, no, okay. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent with the barkings of cannons, all the cries of discord. 'Twas an ear fog of silence which did blanket the ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the place into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seemed safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telephone. An army of primals is awful enough, but, in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude of even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter the threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We'll find a way in Charlian, I'm sure of it. Master Father's comment regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forum knows more than it is letting it on.
Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word that Mrs. Kryle. She says the arrangements for you to visit have been finalized. You're heading to Linslow Mensa and board the next ship bound for Charlian. And, on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Valerion, come to assist with the Order's restoration.
The arrangement might be settled, but what are your thoughts? They must race to that prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once.
Then I'll accompany you to your docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you safe journeys as you leave.
Aw, Tataru, I love you! Tataru's the best. If anyone in this game were to ever hurt Tataru, I would just kill them. Yep. There's no good, there's no bad, just murder. Like, well, Sig, why did you kill them? Well, you see, what had happened was... Oh my god. Alright, that's indeed a thing I just saw. Oh, they're so young and learning! Oh my god. Please get off Tutaru!
Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is not refundable. The ship to Charlian should pull into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
Luggage? I didn't pack anything.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Or so I'm told.
Did you really just say schedule? Did you really just say schedule? I say schedule as a joke. You literally just said schedule.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one.
Hi, Erica. Are you attacking the Brits now? No.
And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
That is very true.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
He did. He literally did.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Oh.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
He's not coming with us, is he?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd
God.
rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Oh, shit! Woo!
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Estinian is the one needed. He is the chosen one to put Alphinaud in his place.
Better.
We just can't. Oh my god, I just realized something.
Are you alright, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Oh god, I know why this is bothering her. Timeline-wise, not much time has passed. So we were all passed out. And while we were passed out, she was taking care of us, worried we were going to die. Then finally we all woke up. We did a couple missions. So like, let's say that's a couple weeks or even a month. So like, yeah, multiple months that we were unconscious and people dying. And then you have a couple weeks, maybe a month at most, that we were awake. And now we're leaving again.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise. Yeah, I heard Arcane's really good. I just haven't had a chance to watch it.
I'll hold you to that.
I want to watch it because it contains one of my favorite characters from League. Like, probably my first favorite character I ever had.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return.
Makes you want to start playing League of Legends, doesn't it?
Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Jace. Jace was the first character I played so much trying to master him. Like, I played so many characters before that, but when I finally got my hands on Jace and started playing Jace, I loved Jace's playstyle. And I read up, like, all of his lore and everything. It was just like, Jace. He's such a badass. No, I don't know anything about him in Arcane, so please do not say anything. I will ban thee.
We set the sail. All aboard for Charlian.
I will ban thee. I will ban thee. I will ban him. That scene from from Superman, little popped into him. You think he is safe? I will ban him. Mark my words, I will ban him.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
We will, Tataru.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
That's some deep shit right there.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
That sounded like Heidelin's voice. We haven't heard Heidelin's voice in a while. Well, you haven't played. And all the expansions you've watched me play hasn't had her in it.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why now?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it it taxes me sorely. I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
I never abandoned you. I'm still here, in the dark with you. Word.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
No shit, you're stiff. You fell asleep on your knees.
Taking a look at the island already?
No, Heidelin came to visit.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
Now Tom has a flashback to Dune.
Good old Sharlian.
Oh, I see it.
Sim gets a twitch of thinking about Dune.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side. I prithee.
I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
How dare you abandon? I will cry myself to sleep now. Cry, I tell you! I will cry! Endwalker.
Sharlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Megan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Unfortunately, I don't think Doom was popular enough for them to actually remaster it. Maybe if the movie blew up.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Yeah, something like that.
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
I said make it so. I don't have that power. I have many powers, but that's not one of them.
Relations with foreign powers. Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
You're one of us? You're part of the Scions?
It is true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Well, that's possible also.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
There's a reason why Westwood, died as a company and is no more.
Crown has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
It should be this way, I think.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
That eyebrow narrowing, I was about to go, are we about to all get denied?
And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
It's a magic book. Erica would buy that.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Oh, God. They've recently been...
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
They're no longer citizens. They were kicked out.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Oh, there's a hint.
We shall keep that in mind.
That's a hint that something's going on. We were already guessing that something's going on and they know more of what's going on and they're not saying anything. But that was her go. She literally just went, "This is troubled times." Oh.
These last two are not Charlian natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Seek free talent, adventurer by trade, artisan, champion of Eorzea. Now we're gonna go. We're not going pompous. We're going adventurer by trade. Full pompous.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea, and it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
If you'll allow me...
Krill. Short legs. Took her a while to get here.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
She just said, "Go f yourself." Just go f yourself. Yep, see, that's the I just got told to go f myself face.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Hell yeah, let's go.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Charlian.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
I had to say something. Sir Taciturn.
Oh, Estinian. I love you. I love all the characters of the Scions. They're each awesome. Except for a certain someone who just is long-winded and talks in giant words. You're you know what? You can leave. Because I'm sure you're gonna go out to some corner, find the bad guy, become his best friend, have tea with him, talk about evil plots and shit like that, and then you'll come back and be like, I hath speaketh with thine evil Darth Vadereth master. And we're all like sitting there going, wait, you were with him? Yes, we hath tea and we speaketh. And like, we're all just like, why didn't you stab him? Because we were having friendly tea. Stab him. He's the big bad, bringing end to the world, like killing everyone. Yeah. Kill him. Dost thou want to understand? No, just kill him. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and stickler for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Okay, what we need to do right now is we need to go into the saddlebag. We need to go here because all of this gear. Okay. Because we're gonna hold this for the summoner. Because this is 515, and I think I have. What are you? Oh, you're 500. You're technically a better weapon. Oh, well. Never mind. Never mind. Use it. Yeah, there it is. Technically better. Alright. And then we move you to here. No! No! You do not leave. You do not leave here. You have to stay. I demand it. Man, if I had that power, shit. Shit, I wish I had that power. Just demand people stay. You're like, you stay now. You do not leave ever. I'm gonna leave the stream on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You will be here the entire time. You did, yeah, you went through it there. Okay. We know the armor is not going to be better. So we might as well use the armor for the Mechanist. I had thought to launch directly into the explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Siegfried and Estinian's first time in Charlian, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have these places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you can all may have a sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings to the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Bastion's Annex. How does that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. May we not be welcome in Liver Estates as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I'm equally tethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to re-antiquate myself with the city. Likewise, A quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west, where the Aetheroid Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would like to remiss, and not visiting forthwith by thy leave. Thank God! What of you, Estidian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh! Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Huh, of course. If you would have me, of course. Come, Siegfried. Charlene awaits. Quest accepted! After you, my friend. I am more than content to follow your lead. Carly is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Garatia behind by entering different areas, using the Aethernet, or putting too much distance between you. You can also speak with Garatia to select the options to part ways. If you wish to have Garatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Garatia is accompanying you, next try to speak with Krill. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusing enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Krill is also now accompanying you. Lead the two companions to the Last Stand and speak with Krill at the destination location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way, which are all for additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area to speak with your quest companions to initiate their bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Oh, that's really cool that they're doing that. So if you just want to beeline it, right? If you just want to beeline it, you could literally take your people and beeline it to where you need to go. Or if you're a lunatic like me and you know wants like all the shit you can get, you can literally walk them in here and then bam, you get extra stuff. This place is called the Peristale and is the first stop that the cargo unloads in the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other impromptu vitals to the running of the island nation, but also supplies the further Charlian pursuits of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Okay, what do you got? With all the unusual wares coming in and going at all the hours, I expect the assistance to be intrepid adventurers would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks which placate their interest. You have been cleared to the immigration officials after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Charlian the same way it is in Eorzea. Oh, so it's a leave you make. And the Guild Hunter. Okay, cool. Okay, let's get the Aethernet while we're here. Okay, we have that. At least it looks like they somewhat keep up with you, which is good. For a Esker quest, it is good that they keep up with us. Let's see if they keep up with this. Yeah. You done? Wow. Alright, let's go. I like how I'm a red mage with a red mage following me. So, not how you know I made it in this world. Hey, what's up, Dick? How you doing this evening? Any spots in here? Nope. How you doing this evening? Staying out of trouble, I hope? And if the answer is no, then good. If the answer is yes, then good. Good, thanks. Had to rage quit Rust for a bit, so I thought... Oh, so you play Rust too? I have recently reinstalled it after being long removed from it. Like, I played back in, like, when it first came out, and the beta phase. And then I stopped playing it. And then, through conversations with Pyro, aka Aaron, aka Awesome Sauce, she told me that she, like, plays a shitload of it. I was like, you know what? If she's enjoying it, then... I'm gonna take her word for it that there's gotta be something awesome about it. So I was like, alright, let me download it, pick it up from time to time on the side, see what it's like, you know. First thing I noticed going back to it was that the rock now has the crafting rock has freaking durability now. I was just like, what the shit? You could break your rock? My body was not ready for that. I think that was literally after I installed it and I played it a little bit, and then I saw that. I think that was literally the first text I sent her, which was, "You can break your rock now?" And she went, "Yeah." I was just like, what the... Oh. What the shit? It's a cool game. Oh, I'm definitely not. It has changed. The game is no longer the game I used to play. Like when I played back in the day, like that was when it was still not a zombie game. And everything you killed gave you chicken. You kill a bear, chicken. You kill a chicken, chicken. You kill a bird, chicken. Like, it was like everything dropped chicken because they just didn't have a big loot table yet. It was like everything was just chicken. Here you go. Chicken. You've attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in Old Charlotte. Good. And then there's the crafting system is completely different. Like, that threw me off. Like, I was not expecting to see the crafting system was as built out. The one thing I will say Rust did so well so long ago, and one of the things I loved was the building system worked really well in beta and first release. Like I find like in a lot of building games, like so we'll use Valhalla. Valhalla is a good example, right? Valhalla, I found I had issues building my buildings, always clipping through the ground, like all kinds of issues I was running into. But yeah, I never had that in Rust. So Rust got building right from the get-go, which was cool. Discuss the statue in the harbor. Okay. The path leads outward towards the sea is known as the Thanko Stio, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands in the end. As you know, the Charlian people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thanks was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so strictly of that. Say, these guardians. Individual Charlians can, and do, worship the divinity of their chosen. Now that's a sight one can hardly forget, the great statue of Thalic. As a student of Bastion, I was usually quartered in the Isle of Val, but I would gaze onto the scholar's wise features, and every time I returned to the ship in the city. What? Oh, that, whoa. Suddenly, but. Okay. Building is cool in Rust, but I'm still learning how to build bases that are hard to raid. Yeah, when I built my mega bases, I built on like servers where like they were PvE servers. Where I played on a PvE server, right? And on the PvE server, there was no explosives. Like they purposely removed from the server the ability to build explosives so you could like just do whatever you wanted. And on those servers, I would build these giant towers that just would keep going up forever for no reason other than I just wanted to build a giant tower because I would get so sad that I could never find my way back home. And so like with the giant tower, it would render from 7 years away. And so like I'd be like, hey, there's my tower. Let me run at it. That was my main reasoning at first before like I got a little bit better at like moving around the map. And then when I played on the PvP servers, I just did like a basic structure of like inner room held all of my expensive shit, and then a wall, and then a wall, and then a wall, and then a wall, and then inside there was like mazing and doors, so even if they breached one wall, they would then be stuck in a suction. And it was like, the problem was, the only reason why it sucked was like for me, I had to open and close so many doors to get to my stuff. So like it was an ordeal to go through the maze that I created inside this freaking thing. Because there was no like, you would go and like it would dead end in certain spots, and there was doors in other spots, and those doors would lead to dead end. It was crazy. I had a the first time I did it, like I wanted to go like crazy. I got one of those grid papers with the squares on it. And I started with the center square, and then I drew a square outside of that, and then a square outside of that, and then a square outside of that. So that way I could literally make a labyrinth maze. And so it was like literally designed that like there was only one path to get to the middle, and if you blew into the wrong section, well, GG, hope you got more explosives, because it's gonna take you a while. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research in nutrients and foods preparation is quite extensive, the average Sarlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. how can I put this? The food is, it's bland and encapsulated by our infamous Archean loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, taste a distant second. There was one pupil in the stadium, however, who could stomach the school's impudent meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all over his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedication outpost of fine dining in Charlian, the one and only bastion of culinary arts in the Isle of an otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burgers being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I've ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlian when I came to cheap and convenient Raha. But surely Totaro has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs on the side of the cafe. They will take us to the Aetherid Plaza. You can make your maze you can make your base a maze all you want. I'm still going through every wall in a straight line. Yes, I know that, like, Pyro, I know. If I were to play this game with you, I already know I would build a base, and you literally sit there and would look at it, and like 3 seconds later go, Steve, I can like break into that in like 4 seconds. That shit is stupid. And I'll be like, oh, you're right. Yeah, I have no clue how to like, in a PvP sense, in the current version of Rust, I would have zero clue how to make a defensive base. I just thought it was cool to make a maze. I had no intentions for it to be efficient, other than you ever just want to just make something? That's what it was. Depending on how it's built, I'll just shoot the foundation and the whole thing. Yeah. Well, the worst part is I know about that. Like the first mega tower I built. I didn't know any better. I didn't realize that was a thing, and so literally some dude waited until like I was way up top. Like we're talking about like 10 or 15 floors up, and then literally just did that and just blew out the freaking foundation, and the whole tower went. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, this is perfectly functioning Aetherid. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make the mention of the Confluence. A research facility located in this very Aetherid Plaza is much vaunted, and discoveries are the reasons Charlian stands to the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Ilgan Aetherites, it has allowed us to understand the reconstruction of what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our paths lead northeast to Oregon, Celian's largest market. Okay. Northeast. Not northwest, northeast. These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Charlian. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited our other nations. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment. Only a moment is how optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. Like I fully understand and believe that like my designs back then would not work now. Hell, they probably didn't even work back then either. Hell, I know they didn't work back then too. Welcome to Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. I'll do it to any regular base. Well, that's what I said, is like I made towers, I made regular bases, I made all kinds of different things, but that's what I'm saying is like I know for me, there was no like I know there's tactics you're supposed to do to try and like super protect your stuff. And then like I know the one guy I was watching for a bit there that was streaming it, his big thing was he would make like 5 or 6 small bases that were hidden throughout, so that way if someone hit one base, he wouldn't lose everything. They also used to sell questionable prototypes with the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I could think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On our more serious note, the next stop on our tour is the one which is particularly relevant to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheroid Plaza, follow the path north, and then climb the stairs to the opposing building on the very top. Should always split your... Yeah. I had a feeling that's like... that's like the call of it, because you don't want to lose everything. Whee! These little decorative features are typical in the Charlian architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nephrem, the area dedicated to the blessing of water. For Charlians, water represents more than just life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of knowledge which flows from the Talic divine Zur. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and the prosperity of utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Plus, if you get raided and killed, you'll need another place to spawn. Grab a... Did they ever switch that up? So, like, when I played in beta and first access, you were only allowed one sleeping bag. Like one sleeping bag. Are you allowed to have multiple beds or sleeping bags down now to recall to, or so like if your base A gets raided and you lose everything in base A and you die in base A, you can respawn in base B? I've had somewhere like 50 bags on a map before. Holy shit! Damn! Show me your ways. I need to know these ways. Teach me. Show me the way. Oh, Oh, God. You know what the worst part is? A part of me is kind of serious. But then there's the part of me that would never want to impose that on someone unless they were offering it. You know, if someone was like, hey, listen, I'll show you the ropes and how to do this shit. I'd be like, all right, yeah, let's do it. But then there's another part of me that like doesn't want to be that like impudent fool that forces it on someone. Because I'm sure, I don't know if you had anyone that showed you the way, but like I always feel bad in a game like that, like someone like just like handing you the beginning of the game when they themselves limped through the beginning of the game with no information. I don't know how to teach someone, I just play. I don't watch YouTube videos or anything. Well, that's what I said is for you, from talking to you and the stuff you've told me about you with Russ, I knew that you learn just by doing, you know. Which is admirable. It is 100% admirable to be like, that is a way to like, it's a way to design your own, you know, strategy play style, so to speak. It also makes it harder for other people because if like everyone knows that like, oh yeah, you know, like this big Rust stream guide build this way, and then when you walk up to you're like, oh, I know where this design came from. I know its weakness. Let me go get it. Biggest thing that people have to get over is gear fear. You're going to lose your stuff, move on and get it back. Yeah, I think that's one of the beauties of Tarkov. Tarkov is one of those ones that like breaks you of gear fear. You know, of like losing your shit, you know. Tarkov was big on breaking you of that. This grand structure before you is the Restora. The name refers to the original place the platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver the orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into a council chamber, the nature of the forum and its duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below you. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who have been gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go in building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the first settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And, a bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, and then Crystallium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with a fitty-named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Let's see. That's why I rage quit, got killed by the same two wolves 3 times. So I thought, F it. Well, it's 300 plus scrap and a load of other good. Keeping a bit of wood and build a foundation, jump. Oh, wait. That's still a thing? You could still just dump a foundation and jump on it? I remember that from when the game first came out. That used to be like the tactic. Is like the second you were getting overpowered and you were about to die, you'd throw a foundation down and jump on it, and you just be like, "All right, I'm gonna sit here for a bit." That makes me happy that that's still a thing. Because I remember it used to be the bears would overpower people sometimes if you got an unlucky like dash, and you throw down the you throw it down and be like, all right, at least I have something. I could sit here, I could drop a fire pit, I could warm up, I can eat some food, I can heal up, and then I can... Wait. They're very aggressive. They were very aggressive before. How does something become even more aggressive than it was before? Holy shit. Like, I remember bears were awful. Like, wolves were... like, I could handle a wolf, but, like, the bears were the ones that, like... It just seemed like their bubble of aggro was giant. And they would just, like, walk over and, like, slap you, and you'd be, like, taken down, you know? We've arrived at the journey's end. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore the Archean Novas built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residence district and the most important officials of the oldest Charlian families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Leverrier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance from there for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I would hope it proved to be entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Bastion Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, and then follow the path below to the Aetheray Plaza? Correct. After you, Siegfried. Because I remember bears. Bears were like... Oh. You didn't screw with a bear until you had the crossbow or a gun. Because everything else was just, you're just asking for murder. Wolves are rough because they didn't travel in, alright, so wolves definitely did not travel in packs back then. So that's something definitely different. Charlian is full of educational research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I've ever attended an exclusive school, they run these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Right now, we cross this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path and careful not to end up back in the Aetheray Plaza. 2 or 3... I'd be coming up against this morning. Oh my god. So yeah, I take it back. Yeah, it used to be wolves were like not that bad. Like you take on one wolf and you were like fine, you know. But if they're coming at you in like packs of 2s and 3s now, I could see that being an issue. Like 100%, I could see that being an issue. It's just funny because I look at my Rust timer. How many hours do I have on Rust? I don't think I have many. I have, let's see here, library, Rust. I have 100. All right, so I have 157 hours in Rust. I've been gone for so long. Going back to the game, I feel like that 157 hours, just delete it. Put me back at 0.3. You know, like... Well, I could tell you, from what I've heard from Miss Pixie, there are definitely solo servers, as she was soloing the other day. So I know it's possible to solo. I feel like they should just give an option to delete your play timer for something like that, where I'm just like I don't have, like, It's like I basically have no hours at this point. Just delete it. Because, like, I'm sure if someone, like, went on and looked me up, you know, they'd be like, this guy...
This guy has 157 hours? He has 157... What a noob! You goddamn noob, you're playing like you only have 4 minutes!
I have 1,378 hours. I've been playing for 1.5 years. Oh my god. Hold on. Let's do some of the quick maths. Let's do some of the quick maths. Okay, so 1,300 and well, all right. So 1.5 years times 365. That'd be 365 plus half of that. So it'd be about 550 days. 13.7875 divided by 550 would be about 2.5 hours a day. That is very reasonable timing. That makes perfect sense. I would assume it'd be higher. To be completely honest. Like, I would have thought it would be much higher. I never play 2.5 hours a day. What is it? Larger chunks less often? 10 to 12 hours most times? If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive at the doorstep of the phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. Can we take you to another time? Inside with you then. Oh, is this our house while we're out here? I'm back. I brought Siegfried and Raha with me.
You were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And a pleasure to meet you, Siegfried. I've heard many a tale of your exploits.
Ozilak Shazrakshilan. It has been an age.
Allow me to introduce
Ojaka Shukulaha, administrative officers for the student of Berelsen. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex.
The champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Krell and Graha's reports. So, for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It's an honor to make your acquaintance.
This place is a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlia, whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodging for our members while we were engaged in such activities.
Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet, it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is the shell of its former self.
The day will come when we will be able to see our students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Talfala fall. Though that door is left right there in the main hall, there's where we can discuss our options of moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussion begins in earnest. On that door to the right. I have made private quarters prepared for you and Dorn, so please feel free to make yourselves at home. Ah, a nap room. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, well, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The champions are quite well appointed. Far more than some cheap roadside inn, and you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research and exhausted from our journeys abroad that we would slip into the Archeon just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as the nap rooms, even if such naps might well as lead us to the following morning. Say the word, and I'll be happy to show you to the chamber. Oh,
say the word, and I'll be happy to show you to the chamber.
Hopefully, the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. I mean, shit. Hold on. Let's play a game. All right, so you got 1,300. All right, hold on. How long? Oh wait, no, it's wasted in League. Here we go. Wasted on League of Legends. Here it is. One second, please. There we go. Here, I'm gonna throw myself under the bus real hard. 150,638 minutes, or 2,511 hours, or 105 days. I could have read 414 books, or watched 1,435 movies, or walked 10,043 kilometers. There we go. I'm nowhere even close to like the people that are in the top with 437 days, 434 days. So there you go. Over a period of how long? Hold on. Hold on. Okay, so 2009 was when it came out, so that's 13 years. I stopped playing for 4 of those years. Yeah, about 4 of those years I stopped playing. So that's 8 years. So that's 150,000 minutes over 8 years. The funny part is I'd have even more if I wasn't streaming. Like if I wasn't streaming right now, well, this is a bad example because I'd be playing 14. But all those other times that like I was playing other games instead of like playing League, I probably would have been playing League. The other problem is I'm pretty sure the way this is based off of is it's based off of how many matches you were showing playing. And I know there's a chunk of games that got deleted from me. I wonder... Wait, hold on. Does this show my old account? Hold on one second. Because the number might actually be higher because I wasn't always Siegfried. So yeah, Siegfried 42, my original name, has an additional 50,000 on it. So it'd be 200,000 divided by, give or take, right? So 365 times 8, it's 2,900, 200,000, divided by 2,092, 68 minutes a game. So about a match a day. I'd say that's about right. On average, about a match a day. Because 68 minutes would be logging in, getting things set, and prepping for a match. Yeah, I can see that. One match a day average. Because there'd be the days I wouldn't play, and then there would be the days that, like, I was playing like a lunatic and would do like 12 or so matches. Let's see here. Here it is. Put that away. Actually, I should probably just... because that thing could technically be upgraded and made to look cooler. So, let's go to the armory chest. We have room in here, so... Let's just leave it in here. Okay. So, yeah, about a match a day. I would say that's about right, honestly. With all things considered. Because that's the whole thing, is you gotta remember how many times, like, on stream where I'd be like, I'd have like 30 minutes left of the stream. I'd be like, that is not enough time for another match. And then I would just like call it there and go to sleep. Same happened with like with real life too, where I'd be like, what time do I need to go to bed? Yeah, that's not enough time for a match. Time to go to bed. Where if it was like a game like this, I could play this up to the window and just be like, alright, we're good. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Because I gotta remind myself that I wasn't always Siegfried.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
Because I was Siegfried and Siegfried 42. When Siegfried became available, I knocked the 42 off.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
To defeat the Hun. Sorry. Uh-oh. Don't do this to me now. We were doing so good. Let me see if it was the VPN acting up or if it was. Oh, okay. Cool. We're good. We're solid. Please don't make fun of me, Pyro, for making a Mulan joke. Please don't hate on me. I wasn't trying to actually sing it. I promise I actually can sing if I'm trying. That has actually happened on stream a few times.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition.
Telophoroid.
At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Charlian, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Charlian focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, We have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
That's a word right there for you.
refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldesion.
Okay.
Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Charlian colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Okay, so we're gonna fight a primal while we're out here. Just didn't know that was coming.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research.
Interesting.
To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Who would that be? Who could that be? A capable warrior shielded by light. Oh, I don't know anyone like that.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Charlian is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
I could do it! Look at me!
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned.
Okay. We're following
As for
Alicel.
myself,
Whatever it
I
is,
shall continue
whatever
my
Alicel
gun
wants, we're
shining.
doing.
I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
Whatever Alicel wants is what we're doing.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
This is small.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Alright, so team research and team
To
battle.
understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair.
Oh, your Ranji is going with you?
Objections?
Well, we're definitely not going with you guys yet.
I passed through Thavnir on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Yep. Definitely not going with that group.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request.
Such a hard decision.
Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Hard decision. Go with my girl Alicel and forsake Urogangi? Man. Whew, say less. Say less. Okay, so this is 5:15. We have a 5:30 on, so let's switch to you. Ooh. Are these? This is still my level 70 gear, huh? This is level 80 gear. We're whew. Alright, let's switch back to Revelation. Alright, so you're going with that. Alright, see you later. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, friend. Bye. Okay. What's up, girls? Krill is intent on uncovering the reasons behind the Forum's implicit behavior. An unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will dive into the underlying cause of the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to the consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlian's archive of historical records for any hint of connection with the final days. Suffice to say, the progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in one day, but now that I have a band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene out at Num Yum Yum Yum, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives to the western edge of the woods. See you later! Bye! Bye! Straight up. No. Ooh, that's a pretty outfit. Like that outfit too. Okay. Alright, so we're going over there. What am I doing? There's a teleport thing. Right there, the stadium. Teleport. Why am I walking? There should be no walking if we don't have to walk. Over here. There shall be zero walking in this game. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of the Num Yum Yum Yum, Charlian's grandest collection of books and tomes. The building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. For the archive of Yum 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 exceeded deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast hall of Great Gabal Library pale in comparison to the Yum 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 endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlian is free to enter and pursue its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archeons are offered access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Shistola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alicel and Alphanod will help me continue to search for the stacks of open in the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlian's history and the Forum's policy. Your task is to find and study relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of these subjects will make it far easier to spot source of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, though, shall we? I've told the others to meet at the stone benches over there once they've found all the promising tomes. Happy reading! I'm going to... Wow. They weren't joking about how far down it goes. The faded title on the spine reads Stewards of Wisdom. Read the book. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archeon Nimberkurf, founder of the Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought upon the brink of despair. Upon raising the settlement of the island of the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of the Savior and thenceforward served as stewards of wisdom. Upon the foundation of accumulated learnings, they built a homeland unlike any other. A nation was born from strengths of mind rather than strengths of arm. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. Through knowledge of agriculture came boundless crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth of coin, and the more that their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan will live to their founders' teachers. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver to the world. Forever 20 Summers. I feel like we're about to come across a love book or something like that. Let's give this one a...
My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed the rest of your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few of life in which to achieve our goals. And thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19, or 23, or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Though mindful, living, you will exceed the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp that big, thick, masculine truth that you pursue. In the pages that follow, you will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, ethological, and an arcane viewpoint.
The book is the wrong subject. Search the works containing details of the book. A title on the book reads An Introduction to the Heavens.
Have you ever... Oh, heaven. Oh, heaven.
Oh, God. All right. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries beyond therein? I speak not of the shifting cloud patterns, but the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry at night. Some think the dome above us is to an infinite space, yet among the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar depicted the boundless sea of stars as firmly taken root. Alas, the heaven seas remain unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain the satisfactory in detail why our own star is believed to be removed around the sun. It was the technologists of Allegan who came closest to understanding the laws which govern our stray abyss. It was they who launched Dalamod and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in the field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the enthralled constellation has arranged differently in different paths, that the position continues to shift about impermanently by measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so further? Are you eager to learn more? Okay, we're borderline flat Earth society there at that point. Okay. Voice of the Glowing City. Okay. Ugh. In the years that followed the founding of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of import were dedicated to Essia, the public forum in which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, the format became increasingly impractical. The large number of participants gave rise to an even larger debates, resulting in significant delays in vital resolutions. Various measures were inducted in an attempt to curtail the proclaimed discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that the Charlians would transition into a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst the peers by those of the nationwide vote, and thus, the form as we know it today is conceived and created. Okay, that's 2. It's either going to be this one or it's going to be that one. Road to the Old, the colony. Okay. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thalic and Devane hinterlands, a Charlian colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged the gradual expansion of the infrastructure and services. As rumors spread of growing community and academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize that what had to become a flourishing town as the official Charlian colony. Eorzean residents took it to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to small amount of confusion when discussing turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed that for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idlesire. Oh! Following chapters go on to introduce most prominent features of Idlesire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the forum or cover the history of Charlian in detail. Okay, so then it's this book. The brightly covered book. The Story of Charlian. I should have known. I feel this needs this voice.
Long, long ago, in an island of the northern sea, there lived a Rhotidian man by the name Nambokov. Nambokov was a student of astrology, and he divined the flood of terrifying propulsions would soon sweep over the land of Eorzea. So, it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for the imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and their horror that surging, churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nambokov's crew hailed them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. a towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel into pieces. With only moments to spare, Nungenhof wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Albanian Spire. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before the dispute over the dwindling supplies of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nimberkopf gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the Ark to those who reddened the peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern sea. They landed on a beach of the island and settled upon the very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan that we live in to this day. Let me guess, no information that I need. Oh, it was. Good job, me!
I felt... Okay. Waiting. Hey, what's up, girl? Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrow at least a few promising volumes. Alphanon and Krell should be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles and Archean stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if there were ever. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would be nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read, and ready the supply of hot tea. Oh, I always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home? It's difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of our family servants and asked how things were. It seemed our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphanot and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day. I'm certain of it. And what of you, Gahara? Have you ever been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather farther away. In the southern reaches of Isambard, in fact, for generations my people have dwelt in Corvos, a coastal region opposite of the island of Thavernir. The Alligans found a city in the fertile land and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mojitos to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remains of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garleman renamed the region Locus Amaromias. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of the illustrious imperial family and the noble house of Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had already raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan's eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliable as it once had. fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury the ties with the knowledge and traditions of Alaga. As the last child born with an Alagan eye, I was given over to the custody of the friends of the student of Baldasan, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken by the Archean Louisois, was he not? Stories of adopted wives and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we had all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with that sufficient precipice, we, outsiders, can even earn the valued title of Archeon. 'Tis exactly why I have such a love for this country, and why I wish to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear! Another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us a while we take some headward to these books, Siegfried. More company should be arriving any moment now. Wait, I'm waiting for more? Wait, more! We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Krill has already flicked through every history book devoted to the disaster, and more than a few were barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into researching papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as the articles written of the prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, I might ask you a few questions related to the final days. I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amaranth's firsthand, and fear I might have overlooked a critical detail. Okay. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Destabilization of the creation magic was first, then the primal was summoned. Yes, an unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manners of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing the powers of the creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangled fashion, meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indestructible abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understandings. If only the art of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of my knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Yostola surmises that the closest known magic is the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else a note which heralded the approaching of the final days? The entire star was engulfed in a disaster all at once. They say it began with the kneeing sound of the land itself. Yeah, this is the... Ah, yes, the Amorites spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by an ominous noise. Eventually resounded all across the star, and not even Amaranth was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say. To be considered the harborings of doom, it must be quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have you speak with one of Norma's mammoths, and ask after any books of which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiac. Yes, with Apis serving as his heart, so many gave themselves a sacrifice to bring him to being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and in these fledgling souls, they intended to render unto Zodiac a trade that would allow them to resurrect the shades of loved ones once absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Vanette and her fellows not manifested in their opposition to form Heidelin. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now that I understand the events. With all this freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telephora truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with the towers of theirs, is forcing people to summon primals, a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by the unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a covenant metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? And then suddenly we'll all hear, and it's just like, oh, well, nope, there's the sound. World's coming to an end. We should keep an eye for Yostola. But 'tis time we begin studying these research papers. Okay? Click on the spot again. What's up, girl? I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended research of the Arcane stacks produced 1 or 2 possible useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urangi learned that the source's reflection from the Gen oracles for the potential of the cause of panic and confusion. That tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gobble Library. 'Tis even less likely that the knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, but be the Archeon or Chancellors, should preface be largely ignorant to the subject. Yet when we confronted Master Foshaoshan with knowledge of the Telephora and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that we'd pose a threat. He seemed adamant of the forums would know what of the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever the privileged wisdom guiding the forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or not, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Oh yeah, I am the reading type. Let me put on my reading type outfit. The labor for what feels like ages as your Stola research assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subject I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest that we all deserve a rest, and we might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Oh, no, wait. Switch to Mechanist. Use. Switch back to Red Mage. Switch to Mechanist. Switch to Mechanist. Oh my god, we are 7 minutes from 5 a.m. Oh. Alright guys, I think this is where we are going to call it for now, so I can get some rest. It's almost 5 a.m. Tomorrow, as it sits right now, we are definitely doing the Dragon campaign tomorrow afternoon. If you've missed any of the Dragon campaign, it's basically me and my friends would play Pathfinder, first edition together. We're playing a bunch of dragons that are hiding amongst mortals as humans, attempting to find out information that we were sent out to by the council. This is going to be 14th episode. So if you missed any of that and you want to play catch up between now and then, you can go to the YouTube channel, YouTube Siegfried42, and you can play catch up real quickly. Also, all of this, episode 1555 for Endwalker and all that, will be going up starting tomorrow. So if you missed any of Endwalker and you want to play and watch through the whole thing, that will also be on the YouTube, Siegfried42, and you can find everything there. Other than that, guys, let's do the ending credits. Let's thank the people, and let's get the hell out of Dodge. A big thank you for everyone that was here, whether you're here for 5 minutes, 5 hours, or 5 days. It was truly appreciated to have you here. It is always, always appreciated to have you here. And other than that, the ending credit music is brought to you by Electromata. If you enjoy the music that you're hearing right now, or any of the music at the beginning of the stream, you can look them up on NCS, No Copyright Sounds. And other than that, guys, have a great rest of your evening. Hopefully we'll see you here tomorrow night for Dragons, and possibly a part 2 for Endwalker. It depends on how I feel after Dragons. If nothing else, have a great rest of your evening, guys. Button! Button. Good night, everyone.